We had some amazing takeaways today. We pray that they're equal. I have to do, once the recording is up and we're ready to go. There we go. We'll do a roll call. And this roll call comes from those that have completed the survey from yesterday. If you have not completed the survey from yesterday, that means you need to do 2 surveys. All right. And so what I need you to do, I am going to do an audio roll call. As I call your name, just unmute and say, present here. For the record, we are recording. This is our day 2 Beauty Educators Leadership Conference for the Tennessee State Board 16-hour approval. Doing an official roll call this morning. And so let's get ready to go. Number 1, Candace Morrison.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Sarah White.
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Page Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Mandy Sapp.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. B. Clarice Armstrong. I saw her. Okay. Lukenya O.
Present.
Awesome. Sharon Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Natosha Wilson.
Here.
Awesome. Charlene Parnell.
Present.
Awesome. Nakisha Odom.
I'm here.
Awesome. Edmesta Lockhart. Am I saying that correctly? No.
Yeah, no, it's Edminster.
What is it again?
Edminster.
Okay, Edmesta. Thank you. Griffin Kaiser. Griffith. Christy Myers.
I'm here.
Awesome. Stephanie Hendricks. Awesome. Deborah Boone.
I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you. That's Stephanie. Okay. Deborah Boone.
Yes, that was me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Rachel A.
Here.
Awesome. Angela Nolan. Awesome. Olga Williams.
Present.
Awesome. Jasmine Allman.
Present.
Awesome. Sonia, is it Newbill?
That's correct. I'm here.
Awesome. Kamika Griffin.
Present.
Awesome. Rashawn Ellison.
I'm here.
Okay. Christopher Ingram.
Here.
Awesome. Stephanie Dickerson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Annie.
I'm here.
Okay. Annie, pronounce your last name for me.
Templin.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cheryl Forrest.
I'm here.
Awesome. Brent. Is it Whedon?
Yes, ma'am. You pronounced it correctly. Thank you.
Okay.
Look at you.
Look at me. Don Nutt. Miss Dawn.
I'm here.
Awesome. Andrea Yancey.
I'm here.
Awesome. Rita Kendall.
Touchdown.
We got it. Ebony Cox.
Here.
Awesome. Carol Sager. Okay. I think I talked to her this
I
morning.
am here.
Okay,
I'm here,
awesome.
Destiny.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Natasha Folks.
I'm here.
Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Gary Evans.
Here.
Awesome. Shirley Branch. Okay. Miss Pam.
I'm here.
Awesome. Katie Deal.
Oh, God.
Okay. Don Vandy Griff. Suzanne Jones.
I'm
Sue Ann
here.
Jones.
I'm here.
Okay, okay. Okay. Armstrong Perkins.
I'm here.
Awesome. Can you pronounce your first name for me?
It's Tundra.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bryant, Cleophas Bryant.
I'm here.
Awesome. Candace Collins.
I'm here.
Awesome. Miss Donna. Awesome. Takita Kimbrough.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Jacqueline McMillan.
I'm here.
Awesome. Is it Moses Farmer?
Present.
Awesome. Cheryl S. Is it Sunny? I'm sorry. Pronounce that for me. Your last name if you're here.
It's
Avita?
Yeah, I got too many going on, too many items on.
Yeah, they're probably too many devices. Oh, okay. Catherine. I think Catherine's in a group with them. Melanie.
I am here.
Awesome. Thank you. Courtney. I got you. Mr. Brazel.
Here.
Awesome. Lois Bryant. Okay. And Adrian. All right. So what I need you to do today. Okay. Okay, Dawn says she's here. Audio isn't working. Got it. All right. Yeah, just a tip. If the device is you got multiple devices on, you can cut the audio off for some of them. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat. Dariah, I'm sorry if I skipped over you 1 moment. My apologies. All right, Mr. Raya. Got it. All right, just a little morning back office. We're rolling, good to go. If you just came in, please go ahead and put everything in the your roll call in the chat as we prepare to share the screen. Let's make sure we're ready to roll. We're ready to roll. I did, Miss Shirley. I did. I got you. You're good. Okay. All right, gotta let someone in. Let's see where we go. It's Monday. It's day 2 our Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. Super excited about it. I went in and did some modification. Y'all, I sent the email last night. This morning about 2 something, and PSI is probably like, I sent it to Sean, and he's probably like, this woman right here. Just so y'all know, I'm serious about y'all. Okay, so I don't want nobody to get it twisted. I am serious about making sure you have what you want, and I needed to make a phone call. And I needed to make an email, but I got it together, and hopefully while we are here that I get a follow-up on some of the questions that I had. But I do have some information for you that I think is going to be very beneficial. Okay. So our screen is ready to go. I'm gonna prepare to share the screen. I'm gonna pick back up. We normally have a virtual class. Miss Candace, I try to sleep. You know what? Yeah, I was gonna cancel a trip for December, but I think I'm gonna keep it. So I sleep then. I sleep then. And I'm having a moment because I had to I was supposed to be in Jamaica on our annual girls trip, and I said, I'm gonna participate in a church event. Then the church event was canceled, and I said, what should I do? Should I be a rebel and just catch a flight and then just get to Jamaica and do my Zoom from there? And I said, nah, I don't want to make them mad. I don't want, because they will want to be on the beach too. But literally, I thought about going over there, and what scared me was the internet was not going to be working. So I decided, no, we're not going to do that. And my friends are over there, and guess what? The internet's not working. It's off and on. So it would have been a bad occurrence for us all. So to get the job done, we'll stay in the United States. Okay. So let's prepare to share the screen. We're going to follow up from yesterday. I think everybody is on. Anyone needs to contact me. Of course, you already know what to do. You can text me, email. This is our board certified 16-hour CE presented by Destiny Cox. And this date is going to be updated, but this is Gary Girard. Coach Gary is coming today, and Coach Ava. They're coming today, and Coach Gary usually does some training with Beauty Educators Leadership Group. He's done a lot of training with DCI Education Group, and so you all should be have a very good time and enjoy him today as well. And so don't forget to join the conversation, follow, tag, and share your experience, no matter what the experience is. Facebook group, join it, because that's where we're going to be dropping gems. We are building in community. So if you're on Facebook, Beauty Educators Leadership Conference, if you just want to follow me, Destiny Cox, or at DCI Academy, we have a trades career day coming up on the 23rd, which means, and the whole thing is, it's okay for high schoolers not to go to a 4-year right off. And so that's the conversation we're having. You don't have to go right off. There are other options, and there are trades as other options. So I've been a part of those conversations. So we just want to kind of get the word out, because I'm connected to other beauty schools, and also I'm connected to other trade schools, from medical assistant to electricity to plumbing, HVAC, truck driving. And so there's welding, there's so many other opportunities. So sometimes, guys, it gets bigger than us. And as a community, um, even though we navigate here, there are other opportunities available as well. So if they don't do one, there's so many other options available. So if you're going to be following on my social media, you're going to see more of that conversation in the next week leading up to Thanksgiving. And then, of course, TikTok at Destiny Class 18. And I put these social platforms up because today we have a class called Digital Classroom. And in the digital classroom, we're also going to have a little ending about social media. And that's one of my most exciting classes, where we talked at 9/11, when 9/11 hit. I remember where I was. And what's also momentous is I remember where I was when everything shut down as well for the COVID-19. And when we get to that, as a matter of fact, Mr. G, Coach Gary, was in a taxi cab in New York with me, and we had just got off the plane and we were headed to our hotel. I think we were going to be teaching in New York. And so that's what I want you to really think about. Is the effect of many different things and how it affects you in the classroom. And so we're going to go a trip down memory lane. Where were we? And the next 3 days that we spent together was very important because we started proposing, building, couldn't go anywhere. So we started building proposals for what you see now, which is virtual and hybrid education. And so one of the early schools in Tennessee to really utilize that, and we were already going on that. So today is going to be filled with some technology based. I have a little AI. I created a little. One of the slides is done in AI. Well, and I'm gonna share how we use AI in our classrooms. And also today I'm going to share, if we don't get it together, how AI going to take over our classrooms. And then I'm also going to share about social media platforms where we learn, we live, and we launch, and we just incorporating those into your curriculums that you already have. So we're going to talk about it. Okay. And hopefully it enlightens and it eases and it adds to and it explains. So any questions related to that is going to be on par today. All right. So those are our social media platforms, and also our hashtags for this weekend: BELC Tennessee and then BELC 2024. We'll talk about also why we have hashtags and what hashtag can your class have. I've had a whole conversation with a student in hashtags, and that's how she talks. So yeah, she's very Gen Z slang. Okay, so she's always teaching me what words mean. So it's all good. We'll talk about it. So we are in our virtual check-in at this moment. We just have a few minutes and we're just going to go ahead and get started. We're moving into our first quarter. And in our first quarter, we're going to do a continuation of our help. That's not our strength. You guys did an amazing job teaming up and also very supportive with your teams yesterday. If you have any questions, clarifications, or emergencies, feel free to text me at 901-378-4492. Communication is where it's at. It's the last day. We got to get our last 8 hours. And when I tell you, every hour, every minute will be accounted for. So making sure we're following our schedule. Someone could please volunteer to be our timekeeper. I also want to At this time, can I acknowledge, and I'm gonna do so again at the end, a special thank you for those individuals that have joined this conference before. I was just doing the certificates and I was like, man, it's a blessing to have, people come back and I just feel, blessed that, okay, they must be learning something. So I'm honored. So thank you again if this is your repeat time here. And then welcome home for the first timers. And so we do that at our school. If someone comes in, new students, we say welcome home. Okay. And so welcome home to all of the first timers as well. Yesterday's at the end, we did a recap. We self-evaluated ourselves, identifying the weakness, talking about you cannot grow until you deal with it. So we definitely had to deal with some of the things that we are not fond of initially. Over a period of time, we have gained those experiences and we're now equipped with those. And then yesterday in our teams, our breakout room, we incorporated 5 creative concepts to support the lesson. So it's not just giving them a reading assignment. It's not just lecturing. We have to keep cushioning that lesson plan, and it has to be full of relevant information and very creative concepts that will help drive the information. Okay, drive the information. And the goal is for the students to retain the information and repeat. If you can retain the information and repeat, that equals learning. All right, retain and repeat. And so engagement and reinforcement was also discussed. I shared about our top 10s that we do, and you can do this with any session. And I'm going to do it at the end of this session. You can do 5, 7, 10, however strong you think your team is, or that can bring it up. Sometimes you may want to say, let me just start with 5 because I don't know if they can do 10, okay? But 10 things that I discovered today. And discovered is just saying, a new word for learned. And I usually try to counteract mistakes to new discoveries. And so just kind of give a positive outlook on it. Because sometimes students could be really, really hard on themselves. Did someone say something? Make sure you're muted, please. Check your phones. Okay, because sometimes students could be really, really hard on themselves. And I see anxiety level really high, higher than I've seen it before with certain age groups that I have come in. And I told you I'm over 80% Gen Z. And so I'm always in a reinforcement era. I'm teaching and I'm reinforcing, teaching and reinforcing and encouraging all at the same time. So we do these so they also can discover that they got it. Okay. Let's see who's not muted.
6, 5, and 4. 3.
All right. As you come on, please make sure you mute. Thank you. All right. So yes, we're due continuously reinforcement and allows the individual or the group to participate. It's all about learning. It's all about having fun. And before you know it, those things that were hard for you has become super easy. You can go straight to the page and take it down to the paragraph and things of that nature. So learning your learning style and then learning how the student learns, mix those two together, you got a 100% prize. Okay. As we move forward, help, that's not my strength. Y'all, we hear you. Okay. We absolutely hear you. Personal goal. So let's discuss personal goal. Okay. Do anyone have a personal goal in the classroom, or you just come to your job and teach? Do you have a personal goal for your classroom? Okay. Show up, engage, and have fun executing the lesson. Above all, my goal is to have fun in the classroom, but my goal also is to make sure I teach, okay, and to make sure that there's clarity, all right? And so starting out, we have big terms, especially I do aesthetics and cosmetology. So we have big terms. And starting out, I may do smaller terms and pull them into the larger terms where I see that they may be having struggle. There's pronunciation quizzes, just pronunciations, and then you just kind of figure it out. Some would probably say, "Oh, that's elementary," but by the end of the session, you'll see that the students know more words than anything. Yes, that's a great goal, Ebony. Have fun and meet everyone where they are and help them grow. Exactly. I absolutely love that. We have fun, meet them where they are, and grow from there. And we remember you got to know your audience. You don't know their educational backgrounds. You don't know a lot of the things that they deal with. So let's just we get to know them, still put it, we're working, and then we bring them up. And when you have the opportunity to share something new and bring them up higher, they really appreciate it because they probably thought they never could do that before. So definitely have a personal goal for your classroom and even for yourself when teaching. I don't want to say pride, but when we talk about product ingredients or cause and effect, I told you yesterday that I'm a solutionist, and so I'm not going to listen to too many. I'm not going to take in too many complaints because at the end of the day, yes, but after like your first or second one, I'm telling you, I understand, but also, what do you think are the solutions? And so that's what I share with my students, and then we go and find a solution. And so we become solutionists, and you don't even know because some of them are very, very young. And I was sharing with someone, as an educator, it's very important what you portray in the classroom because they're like children mocking you. They're learning from you. And I have a student, this is her first time in an adult environment. She comes straight from high school, and I have many students that come straight from high school, and it's an adult environment. And I'm very protective of I don't, she's called me a mama one time, and I was, I'm not your mama. I'm not. I'm just protective of what's in her ears. So we don't have just anybody come in speaking of students and, people just wanting to sell products and buy stuff. No, this is not the place to do that. This is a learning environment. If you're not pouring out while we're giving you something, that's not going to be an equal exchange or greater exchange of benefit for them. So we're just kind of quiet off. And if it's not educational based, they're probably just going to be over in this space. And since this is our first, just very careful about what's put before this particular student, her first time being around adults. So I kind of just watch little things, and, young people can be very influential. They can pick up on different things. So even when she's coming in and have a bad day, I'm just mindful of how I talk to her and things that I suggest. I sent her over to the word wall. And last week I asked her, I said, how much money do you make an hour? When you do those lashes, how much money do you make an hour? And I said, how long does it take you to do lashes? She said an hour, maybe an hour 15. I said, how much money do you make? Like an hour 15. And she said, maybe 80, maybe 100, $120. I was like, okay. I was like, so it's 6:15. Do you think you could have, from 5 o'clock to 6:15, could you have done one client? She said, oh yeah. I said, okay. I said, you just lost $120. Remember, we talked about that conversation. You've been talking about it since you got here. And the more you talk about it, the more money you're losing. And just to connect it with the money, she said, you're right. I said, yeah. So if it's not making you any money, it's not growing you, you're gonna have to let that go. You're gonna have to let that go. And we're in the moment here. And she came back and said she appreciated the analogy. So now she's looking at it as, I gotta let it go. I can't let things just get in my mind and take me away from class. And I told her, well, you gotta create a personal goal. And she said, yeah, it's to come in, do what I'm supposed to do. I need to graduate by the 6th of January, and I start my nursing program such and such January. I said, okay, well, you're not going to get it if you keep dragging this situation on, because I'm going to send you home. And she goes, oh, reality check. There we go. Just holding her accountable to her goals and saying, hey, this is what's going to happen if you continue to drag this along. We don't want to hear it. Okay. But I'm just very mindful of their goals and what they're doing. And they know my personal goals as well when it pertains to our classroom. So creating them to be solutionists in everything, which means whatever skincare issue comes up, they're going to look at the problems and then build solutions. Whenever anything comes up in their professional life, they're going to look at the problem and build a solution. And the same thing for our hair cosmetology students. You look at the problem and build a solution. And so if they pick that up, I'm good for I'm good for my career in this season. I'm good. Also think about career day and field trips. So I'm in a group. I told you I was a gatherer. So I founded a group called Historical Black Beauty Schools, and we probably have over 117 groups, 117 schools in that group. So what happens in that group, we pretty much like SOS, saving ourselves. So we share marketing tools. Most of them are not financial aid based. So we do share marketing tools. We try to take group field trips out of town and just build community. So one of the young ladies, she has a school in Louisiana. She had a senior night, and I was like, that is cool. I want to do that. But if anybody knows me, I started out and I told her, I said, I'm going to do that. I had a senior night, and then it just went over to a freaking career day. Okay. Just kind of started adding different things to it. So we're having a career day for seniors, and really it's for anyone who's interested in enrolling. But we're having a career day. And my students who have other licensures, they can come in if they sell something. They can come in and set up a table, because we're going to have people come in. And so the career day for our natural hair people, they get to see and tell people what they do. My lash people get to tell people what they do, have their cards out there. And we're going to do that all in the comfort of the school. Everybody's just going to have a little table and do it on a Saturday. And as we have people come in, they're going to also, float around. And also, they don't even know, I'm looking at how well they interact with individuals. So we're having a career day. Career day, field trips, y'all, it helps take their mind off of the four walls. All right, it gives them something extra. And it's one of those concepts that many of you guys talked about yesterday, field trips. We have not been out to a career day in a minute. We used to go out to Shelby County School used to have. I think that's where I met Mr. Raya as well. But I haven't done those. I don't know if they still do those. But that was a great opportunity. We got to see many hopefuls that were saying, when I graduate, I'm coming to school. And it was a great way for the students to come out and feel the energy and see the industry and see other people in their shoes where they were a year, 2 years prior. So it's a great opportunity, career day. And then field trips. So we plan to go to Nashville for the last state board meeting. And our students had never been to a state board meeting. I don't know what to expect, but they're definitely going. And we're gonna try to take a little tour of maybe some spas or something in Nashville. And so that gets them out of their four walls, takes them to see what I always talk about, state board. They get to see this regulations part of their industry. And hopefully, the respect for the industry starts to evolve from that state board meeting. And so even from career day and field trips, you have presentations, our communications tools. And so I don't go out to career days. I just don't have the time. Mostly our admin goes out to career days and just talks. We're going to have to do some things local because the last one we went to Martin, Tennessee, and my students, we did a wax. We did a wax class. So we paired a DTI student with a legacy beauty student, and those two, we did our wax training together. Okay. So that was good. Our students got to share some of the things that they learned, and they felt like they were really doing something. They were showcasing what I taught them. And then we went to Liberty High School, their cosmetology department, and we also did some demos in skincare for Liberty High School with their educator, Miss Lucinda. And so my students feel like, man, it felt good to do that, you know? So some of them uncovered this teaching ability, and I saw it evolve, and that just builds into other conversations. So even though they're here now, you never know where their career may go. And especially if you see something, most of the time I tell them, I say, you can stay right there. I think you'll be a good teacher if you ever think about coming back. And those were our field trips. I probably need to do something local because most of the time I'm field tripping out of town, probably because I like to travel. And so in March, we are going to IBS. And that's why I was saying, Miss Candace, I'll probably bring the students this time to Dallas if they're going to have that aesthetics skin show. So we'll see you in Dallas.
Yes, they're having the one in Dallas, May 18th and 19th. So yeah, it's going to be pretty big because we're already scheduled to be there as a for our booth and stuff.
Yeah. So we'll see you in Dallas. Yeah.
Yay!
And so we'll try to I know. And so those are the field trips. And most of the time for me, when they do go out of town, that's their first time leaving Memphis. So it does something different for me to say that they have an opportunity to see cosmetology on a whole nother level. And we do small groups, so it's not like, huge groups, but I do probably need to do something local. I think Skin Body Memphis is probably the only place that we have been in the last 6 months. We just built a relationship with them, but I probably do something local. Okay. But they love the way we field trip. And it's just a marketing component for them to stay in school because even with our advanced training, they know if you don't have great attendance and academic wise, you have missing tests and things of that nature, you have zeros, you're not able, when Miss Candace comes here for advanced training, you're not able to attend her course. Even if you pay for it, you're not able to attend her course. And so it's a way that they look forward to, and then to kind of keep them in line with their attendance and also their grades. It's something they look forward to. So we do that. And you guys may do the same thing as well. Songs, skits, bingo, and presentations. Something just came up on my timeline. I think our students did a line dance at a previous school that I worked at. They created line dances. We were the king of skits. I mean, we did whatever to make sure these students learned, and it was amazing. So songs, skits, bingo, and presentations. Let me tell you, songs and skits, especially songs, chants, cheers, things of that nature. We already talked about how rhythm really affects the students and the learning abilities. And choose these song, skits, bingo, and presentations based on the learning style of the group of people you have in your classroom. Okay, you don't have to do all of them. You can choose one or two that may go with this course. And sometimes you may have to fully load it because that may not be something you want to do. But you can choose song, skits, bingo games, scavenger hunts, and just creative presentations just to get their attention. And what it does, it cushions what you may lack in. And so students can tell when you're not sufficient in a certain thing. And so do what you can, study, get support from your team, but also you're going to have to be creative as well. And creativity is not anything you buy, anything you purchase. It is something you say, hey, I need to think this thing through. I need to connect the dots. And you're going to probably have to do that outside of your 9 to 5. So it may take a little bit more thinking power, a little bit more pondering, and a little bit more work outside of that time that you're in the building, just for preparation. Okay. Because the ultimate goal, we got to make sure they get it. Okay. And I know my first 3 years, I was learning as I was teaching, but I was doing the work and I was trying to stay ahead of myself 1 to 2 weeks. I also, Ebonique, I know you talk to Miss Simeon all the time. Miss Simeon was the first one that gave me an opportunity to, and she saw me as a student, and she said I would be a great teacher. And so she gave me an opportunity to join her instructor program, and I've never forgotten that. But Mr. Biddle, the former state board inspector, he was my teacher that I trained under. And I thought Mr. Biddle did not like me because he had me doing all of his work, but it really trained me for where I am today. I had to create tests, write all kind of stuff, and it was amazing. It was great. And I appreciated it later on in life. And I still tell him, hey, I did all of your work. That's the instructor trainees today got it easy because they can print off. I had to write everything and then go make copies. They could type. But having individuals like that to give you tips and ideas and push you on to your next, that really is the key to go. And so those are individuals I still look back to today and said, man, I'm so thankful for their pushing them, helping me in my weaknesses. And now I'm able to help somebody else. So super excited. Here's the last part. Top 10 subjects and create a signature game plan for each. Here's the thing, how help that's not my strength. One of them came about. I always loved hair color, but I had this concept. I worked in a salon where they could only do so much, but I wanted more. Okay. So I invested in education and I just said, hey, God has so many other things to do. He can't be with me in the salon every week while I'm praying if this hair color comes out right. And so I said, I'm going to have to invest and I'm going to have to do more. And sometimes you may have to invest and do more if you want to be great or if there's a need in another place. But I wanted to learn hair color because I said, how can I teach it if I don't understand all the components of it? So it took me on a journey of learning and investing, trying to understand. That's a personal goal that I had, was to learn that and then take it back. And so every day that I was in the classroom, what I learned, I would try it out on the students. Okay, they didn't even know that they were a part of a beta program, and everything I was learning, I was trying out. And then at the end, maybe a couple of years, I look back, I had made games for almost every subject. All right, I had made games for almost every subject, and they became staples in the presentation. The students look forward to what that last group had. And so they're excited about it. So sometimes you just got to take your subjects and you got to get locked down for a little while and say, hey, how can we bring this subject to life? We need to add more body to it. And you'll see the learning change. You'll see your comprehension of what you're teaching start to be molded as well. So help, that's not my strength. And these are some components to assist that. I'm moving over to the chat. Let's see what the chat got going on. Okay, let's see. Um, yes, Gary says success unshared is failure. Beautiful motivation today. Success unshared is failure. And Gary, let's have a conversation. I had to have a conversation with an educator, y'all. I had to have a conversation with an educator. I hired just for temporary, and the educator said, "How can I teach? If I teach them, I told her, I said, are you holding back? Because I just need you to teach what you're supposed to be teaching. Are you holding back?" And she said, I can't teach them everything. They're going to take my clients. Immediately, it was we're not going to work here. Immediately, that's not going to work. And so sometimes you will run into people who think like that, but you're an educator, you're an instructor, or even training to be, that number one concept is almost like you're going to into ministry or something. It's not really about you. It's about enhancing and teaching and making sure they get where they need to go. Because ultimately they're going to, you want them to go further, and the educator is not in competition with the students. And so that didn't work for me. And I felt like it was a failed opportunity, similar to what you were saying, to really showcase and really teach and harness somebody, mentor someone, and I felt like they were cheating because someone was intimidated of what they were going to do in the future. Okay, and so educators, yeah, insecurities, you're absolutely right. And ultimately we look at this goal ultimately we look at this goal and we say everybody's not meant, that's one reason why I say everybody's not meant to be before my students. I really take them, um I really care about what they hear, what they see, and it's not for everybody, and they're not up for a price. And that particular educator, I just like, when you get ready, we'll have a conversation. Not saying you'll be rehired, but we'll have a conversation about it. But that's not the concept that we work here. We can never cheat a student because we're afraid of what they're become in the future. So I just felt like she was absolutely was not ready and was not serious. And that's something you have to check out. And so Ebonique says, yes, they saw what you couldn't see, pushing you to greatness. Yeah, I absolutely, I was 19 and reckless. Yeah, they had to see something. They absolutely did. And so any commentation, anybody got any commentary about personal goals? Anyone want to share anything about a career day, field trips? What do you guys do? Is that something that you guys do at your school? Songs, skits, bingo, and presentations. Do anyone want to share? You can jump in the chat or you can unmute some of the things that work for you. We have two songs that's going to be driving the way through the area, and then that reinforcing blasted cold air coming in against our front. Down some of that cold Canadian air. Okay, Harris, are you in? Put your name in the chat.
Let's see. Yeah.
Awesome. Yep, just put your name in the chat. Welcome to the BELC. All right. Okay. And so let's just continue to move over, and I'll check the chat as we continue to grow. All right. So help, that's not our strength. One of our other components was mind mapping. And so you need to strengthen how we teach and things of that nature. Mind mapping was one of the keys for me as far as getting a lot of information out of my head and staying focused on the topic I was teaching and not going way past that topic. And so mind mapping, it's like a brain scatter activity. You do it with Time Buddy, but mind mapping really helps if you're looking for something to help you with information, so you're not stumbling through the pages, the book, and things of that nature. Mind mapping is amazing. Okay, it helps you center your thoughts, and then also it kind of gives connection to what you're teaching. Is everybody okay?
I got this Zoom thing I missed.
Let me go mute. Make sure we mute. Okay. All right. So mind mapping is going to be amazing. And then there's effective lesson planning. Okay. This may not be a favorite for a lot of people, but you can strengthen what you don't know by effective lesson planning. All right. The what, the when, the how, and the why. And if you do it right the first time, you just have to tweak it for each class on down the line, which means just change your activities that you would do based on who you have in the classroom. All right. And so, of course, something new comes on, you may add, you may take away, but effective lesson planning is going to be the key thing. If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. So a lot of times in some of our weaknesses, it's not because we don't know it, it's because we're not planning, we're not writing it down, we don't have a plan to move forward. And I think that is one of the biggest things that really halts our learning capability and us being effective as a team is the lack of planning. So every educator should come knowing what the plan is. For me, just teaching, it's almost like, and just okay, I come with 3 or 4 plans. I expect my coworker to have at least a plan. At least a plan. And if you don't have a plan, you didn't come to support. You didn't come prepared for the student who was prepared for you. And so there's like no reason you should be here. You're not working. Okay. Remember, we're a team. And at the end of the day, the student has to retain and repeat. And so the student cannot retain and repeat because of lack of your planning. That becomes a problem. And so when we look at effective lesson planning, what are we teaching? When are we teaching? How are we teaching it? And why do they need to know this information? Why are we teaching it? And if you can answer those for the students, they will be closed in on you, locked in, not going anywhere. Can't nobody say anything because they know you're going to get them the what, when, how, and why. Okay. And at the same time, showing them why, where the money is at the same time. And so for help, that's not my strength. Power pack. The power pack for me is look at your resources. What do you have? You don't have to go buy anything. You don't have to add any subscriptions. What resources do you have available to write a winning script? I seen someone take in the chat yesterday talk about a script. And so if you need a script to start off with, if you need a script, there are scripts available. Okay. How we should do this. This is why in instructor training, someone is there as a support, and you really glean under this person and learn their script of how they run their class. All right. And so if we don't learn the script of how we should be moving going forward, we become kind of lost and scatterbrained, and we get burnt out, and we don't want to do this anymore. All right. And so we want to power pack our classrooms, which means the top 10s to all the activities. Keep going until that time says it's time to sanitation and go home. And so I want to keep them moving. And remember, when you can keep them in a place of learning, it really cuts down on a lot of other stuff that they could get into. Okay. So there's no time for mess. There's no time for gossip. There's no time for them to just be laxy daisy or say we ain't doing nothing right now. But there's always something everybody could be doing. Does this require the educator to do a little bit more work? It does. It does. But it's going to help. It's building. You'll see it pay off in the long run. And so what resources do you have available to write a running script? Sometimes I just have to go like, where's the course management guide? Sometimes in the course management guide to give you everything. So with me, I just went to in May, we went to a lady training. And so there's a new, if there are any barber instructors here, Miladies is launching a new barber book. And I think they're doing a free webinar, a free seminar of something. They're inviting the schools to the virtual thing so you can see the new aspects of the barber book. But Milady invited us out. We were in Dallas, I think, before a big storm. We were in Dallas and we came out, and I came out with intention because for me, I want to know, these are all of my questions. Why this, why that, why that? Although I've done some writing for them on one side, but being a person that purchases the textbooks and stuff is a whole nother side. And of course, email fancy, that was me. I needed to find out why those resources were not available to my educators. And I got a lot of information, a lot of information. And even when it comes down to, I don't know if anyone does the natural hair course. Who does the natural haircut course? Yes. Is there anyone who teaches natural hair? Or do you have a natural hair course at your school? If you do, just put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't, yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna share this with you about the natural hair course. Well, I'm a technology person and I'm looking for, okay, so you're introducing this thing called SEMA to me, which is very amazing, very beautiful, very demure, okay, very mindful. It's awesome. It replaced Mind Tap. It's awesome, 24/7, amazing, loaded with everything, boom. But there's a natural hair course. Tennessee, I always look at building courses based on what Tennessee has. That's how I operate. Are you gonna have some digital information? Is there going to be a digital platform to go with this textbook? And she said, no, they don't sell enough of it to create a budget for a digital platform. Matter of fact, she was asking me what in the book they don't like that should be taken out. The whole book, ma'am. It's over 10 years old, if it may be right at 10 years old, and natural hair and texture has changed so much, especially in the last 5 years. It's time for a reboot. And when you have the barbering, when you have the new lash, when you have the electrolysis and waxing course, when you have the new aesthetics, and all of those are new publications in the last 3 years. I'm like, what about this one? But they're not selling enough. Okay. They're not selling enough, and it's not. And I'm like, okay, we need to find a way to get this book in the hand so we can get some additional material, because it's just lacking material. I don't know, if we need to do a communication. Yeah, nails, same way. And that's just, I'm not privy to one publishing company over the next, because I study Pivot Point as well. And to me, every company needs to come up, because the same thing that I'm teaching you, this is analysis that they ask for, information that they ask for, and I'm looking for that to really show itself in the future. Okay, I'm looking for that to really show up in the future. So at the end of the day, we want to definitely make sure that we're using our resources, but making sure we're getting everything that we're paying for when it comes to these course management guides. Also, there are supportive materials. When we get ready to go into the digital classroom, every subject has been turned into a PowerPoint presentation that just lives there. Because as we have new people come in, you may not know the subject. My resource is go to our Canva or go to our Gamma, and it should be a PowerPoint presentation. You need to read and study that prior to you coming into the class to teach that. Okay, and add on to it as you go. And so those are some of our resources that we have for individuals who are struggling in certain things or had never taught a certain thing. Like, we have that available. And then I wanted to drop AI, Gamma. Have anyone used AI in the classroom yet? Artificial intelligence? A one if you have. A one if you have. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing I think we did with YouTube, the beauty industry. We talked about it and ignored it until it just came and took over. And we're struggling trying to get the platform to be the experts again. And so technology is just going to get more intelligent, and it's growing more every day. And so I said, okay, how do we take this thing that's growing more and more every day and incorporate it in our classrooms or with what I do? So orientation is facilitated by AI. It helps me. Okay, so pretty much AI reads and describes every slide in the presentation, and the human person just has to do a click. I'm bringing more of AI into the classroom because remember, 80% Gen Z, remember they watch video, remember they're used to seeing moving pieces and parts. And so if it could help me and it could also be an assistant to the students, hey, let's go. And everything that they do, there's Google AI, there's AI in everything now. I don't use it a lot. I only want to use it pertaining to the onboarding of my students. Okay, it would never replace an actual instructor. It just helps on the administrative end of things. Okay, so that's that. Gamma. Have we heard of Gamma before? GA. Oh, and I may have papers or something. I have students, maybe a project. And I said, bring me that Chat GPT. It sounds just like it. I didn't know you knew all of these words. And so I told students, if you use Chat GPT, it's automatic FAL 13. Automatic. I know the words. And I know how you put different things together. And so you bring me all of this. I know that's not authentically you doing that assignment. And so we don't really dabble in Chat GPT. Gamma, GAMMA. Yeah, it's great for clarity. You have to be very careful with it. My students, I asked them something about ingredients and she brings me a 10-page paper. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Stand there and tell me about it. Give me a summary of it. And she can't do that. I was like, oh, okay. So go back again. I'm going to take 10 points off, but go back again and write this paper yourself. Gamma is a site that is AI generated, and it's with images and PowerPoints. And so you tell it what you want a PowerPoint on, and it will create a free 10 slide PowerPoint. colorful, everything you want. And then of course you can add additional slides as you go. But it's great. You definitely got to check it out. It's great for those individuals who don't have all of those words. You don't know how to create the PowerPoints or don't have the time. But it's been a come in the clutch for my new educator. Just simply because she needed to jump in. She needed to jump in. And so now we have those presentations, and she may use it as a benefit to the lecture. She add on to it. So yeah, check out Gamma. And of course, Google's always someone's best friend. All right. But I think Gamma for educators, if you don't have some of the more fancier software, you being prepared, but you got a projector screen, check out Gamma. And you can check out Canva as well. That's where we're doing our stuff on today. I definitely said I'd give you a tour of that. And Canva just had a big drop. And so Canva is evolving technology and how we do just everything. Everything can be done, building websites to everything. Anything you could think of, it can be done. Okay. It's my absolutely, yeah. And we have team. All of my instructors are on the team. And so everybody has access to. Some people have limited access, but everybody has access to. So these are resources. And so when it comes to why you did not teach that and why you didn't teach it effectively, why you didn't use, they're kind of like it eliminates excuses, okay? Because you had the resources to do what you needed to do. All right, so that's AI, Gamma, Canva, and Google. Yes, check out Gamma, and I absolutely love Canva. All right, so here's an example of mind mapping. The subject is hair color, and this just say for introductory purposes. I'm gonna talk about 4 different pieces. So you would put hair color, whatever that subject is in the middle, and then the 4 things I'm gonna talk about today: law of color, oxidative colors, non-oxidative colors, and applications. And so I will organize my board and my lesson with notes. It will probably be 3 to 4 points of each one. And it can be very organized. And remember, you may have logical students, or you may have systemic students that when they see things grouped up in bullets, they really get them. Mathematical students, they will look at this as a system. And so you want to make sure that you organize your thoughts, and you do that with mind mapping. And so, of course, window painting is always one. If you're not in this group on Facebook, My Lady Educators, jump into that group on Facebook. It's a resource guide for you. So when we talk about creating those concepts to support your lesson, I consider that group, and I recommend it to all new educators and old educators. Get on social media, get active in that group, because it becomes a support for you teaching a course. And you may be teaching something you've never taught before, but at the end of the day, when you see what they're doing in Michigan and Maryland and Alabama, you say, oh, great idea, I never thought of that. And it works. And so it's a great support system and a great resource for you to build. All right. And so that's mind mapping. Any questions, or do you have any questions or comments about mind mapping? About anything that we just talked about? Any questions or comments? Let me look at the time. It's 9:37. Y'all kind of look quiet. I'm gonna have to put the music back on. This is our last day. We got to get it going. So we're still in our first quarter. Let's move on here. Let's chat. It says there is only one way to succeed in anything, and that is to give it everything. Okay. Vince Lombardi. All right. I love his quotes. For years, I've had it on emails and things of that nature. So there's only one way to succeed in anything, and that is to give it everything. Let me get some commentary. I need two people unmute for me. Two volunteers out of the crew to unmute and tell me, what do you think of this motivational quote? What do you think?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I was thinking about this similar quote prior to this coming up, is that when you think of sports, the goal is to leave everything on the floor. Leave everything, come in the room, come in the classroom, come to the court, come to the field, and just leave everything out there. Give it all, give it your best. Don't take nothing back to the locker room with you, because you're going to leave it out there on the field, going to leave it on the floor, going to leave it in the classroom. Just pour out and pour into your students.
I love that. I love that. You said, don't take it back to the locker room. Give it all you got. And that is a reason that we said show up. Okay. Show up, show out. And some people call it love bombing, but give them everything you got. Hold on one moment, everyone. Okay, I'm back. Yes, we got to make sure we put everything on the floor. We don't take anything back. That's going to be the makings of a great educator, the makings of a great legacy. Yes, Clarice says maximum involvement produces higher learning. You're absolutely right. If you're going to do this thing, y'all, we're going to do it. We ain't going to halfway it. If you're going to do it, we're going to do it. I don't have to tell you that our industry is dependent on who we have in our classrooms right now. And I told you, I mock my students sometimes by telling them, I can't retire because I got to go work next to you and make all the money. And they was like, what? I said, yeah, you have, your hustle has to come up. Your consideration of time has to come up. The service you provide, the value in that has to come up. Man, I can't retire. And they really laugh at that, but they're like, real talk, Miss Cox, you're right. I said, yeah, I can't. I love the industry so much. Every time I think I'm a step away, you got me stepping back in because I don't know if you're going to be able to carry it. And, it's good to have those conversations, but if you're going to teach, man, do it with all your heart. Don't hold back. If this is what you really want to do, don't hold back, give it to them. And even at the point, if I don't know it, I know somebody that does. You know somebody that does. Most of the time, we can post something on Facebook and get 1 million comments. Okay, the same way you need something for your class, you need a guest speaker, you need a resource for somebody, go to your tribe, go to your timeline. There are so many people waiting. And if you need help in making sure that you don't hold back, I don't know, maybe amongst your team, somebody could be considered the mentor, the coach among your team. that would help and assist you get to where you need to go. And so that's always great. But I love this quote, give it your all, give it everything. And we ain't gonna play around with it. This is someone's life. Can you imagine the investment? Now, I'm gonna tell you, I paid 200 and my grandmother paid $256 for my cosmetology career. $256. And that was just for a kit. Okay, so I got every hour for free. All right, but I gained so much value. I gained so much value from those educators from high school, even over to instructor training, and $256 was the cost. And can you imagine some schools 17,000, 18,000, 20,000? Not to get in our students' business, but they pay a lot. They've invested and sacrificed time out of from their families, their homes, so much to be there. When they're there, show up and show out for them. Okay. I would tell this one quote, one from a song that I would say, I'm all in, whatever it takes. I need you to repeat after me. And I would tell them I'm all in, and it's whatever it takes to get them to the other side. And so sometimes also that comes with you having a humbling spirit, a servitude. And so sometimes if that's not how we're thinking, you got to figure out why we're not thinking that, why we're not in that place. Why isn't the students is not of that higher priority? And so that's something, internally we'll have to make sure that we take up ourselves. Christy says, I'm in the chat, how can we expect our students to give it their all if we as instructors are not giving it our all? Absolutely. I mean, what do you have to lose? Can we put a pin right there before we move on? I'm just asking, what do you have to lose by giving it your all? And Mr. Bryan says, football is a game of inches. Mr. Bryan, unmute and help me out. Tell me about that. Explain that to me. Football is a game of inches. Mr. Bryan on. Football is a game of inches. Give us a little expression on it.
Well, football is a game of inches because it takes inches to get to the first down. It takes yards to get to the touchdown.
Okay. So a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And, it's related to barber because, you have to determine the inches on the hair, determine inches as far as like how you cut as far as yard.
Okay, okay. Awesome. Football is a game of inches. I like that. All right, let's keep going. Good job. Good job. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. And so what we're gonna do, let's take a break and return at 10. When we return at 10, we're gonna do our state board updates. And after our state board updates, we'll move into our first coaching session before lunch. And so let's go ahead, let's break. See you guys at about 10:01, no later than about 10:05. Please make sure you're in. This is our state board update from our director, Ms. Roxanna. So she won't be in, but I'll be reading her presentation for you. You will also get a copy of their presentation via email as well. So let's cameras out, audio out, and see you guys in 15 minutes. Whose song is this?
Everything's looking like I'm gonna lose. Working real hard and I'm trying to win. I gotta break the cycle. Gotta do it now.
All right, we're moving. Tri-State Board. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm adding that to my playlist. All right, it's roll call, you guys. Y'all know what we do. As you come back from break, put your name and your license number in the chat. Now, let me tell you, I've been seeing some names. I just not even one or two people only put their names, but put your name and your license number. Today is one of the most important days. This is how we're gonna close it out. Your name and your license number. If you were not here yesterday, I'm going to have a conversation with you at the end of this training, probably maybe a little bit at lunch. But if you need anything, anyone needs anything, you know how to contact me. Great job. We're letting everybody in. Great job, great job, great job. Candace said, oh yeah, Gamma, the initial start of Gamma is free. I think certain presentations. I think you get a number of them. Miss Candace says, I was checking out Gamma during a break. You can sign up and use the basic service, but they do have other plans you can sign up for that do have subscriptions. You're absolutely right.
Sam. Oh gosh.
Thank you, Ebony. I am adding that to my personal playlist. When you see me jamming down Winchester, you already know what it is. All right, welcome back, everyone. Premier Cosmetology in the house. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Great. I see everybody has their numbers today.
Whatever.
All right, who is this? One of my favorite worship songs. Mr. Brazel, you're in the house, ain't you?
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
That's it.
All right, now don't make me get up and follow my face.
I'm gonna send an usher over there. Don't start. Wow. Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let us prepare to share. Withholding nothing. All right. Here's our 2024 updates for Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology and Barber Examiners. The instructors continuing education session for 2024. This presentation was presented by Roxana for purposes of updating and educating those licensed beauty instructors on laws and regulations as it relates to your industry, which is cosmetology and barbering. So simply as a facilitator, I'm just going to go through this information, and this, I would not be answering any questions because, as you guys know, I'm not state board. And respectfully, even with the PSI, I don't want my opinion to anything I say to be word and bond. You know, when it comes to this, we all have to go before the board. We all have to submit renewals, and I'm just the same as you guys. And so I don't want to impose anything. Anything additional than what she put on here. Okay. So I consider it, you know, kind of dangerous to add 2 cents, and I can't do that. Especially not with approval or any additional clarification. So different components of what I do know that comes from what I offer and what I teach myself. So all my opinions, everything else, you please contact the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. With this particular slide, it has your general information or assistance. So our state board telephone number, 615-741-2241. And of course, our mailing address. This will, as a reminder, we are recording. We are third-party live streaming, YouTube. So this will be on there. If you can't get the dates, don't worry about doing a lot of screenshots. It will be emailed to each applicant individually along with your certificate. Okay. Here's the websites available. You have the TDCI page, www.tn.gov/commerce. Same thing for regulatory boards. These are live links. So I believe as I send them to you, you click the link and go straight to those websites as well, and where we verify licenses and renew and apply for licenses. Cosmetology and barber examiners. Let's look at the announcements. Attention all licensees. The 2021 legislative session added a requirement for everyone in the industry to complete the approved training on domestic violence. This goes into effect January 1st, 2022. New applicants will be completing the training at their schools. Everyone renewing their license would need to take the link provided below, register with Barbicide, and take the free 20-minute training. You will then receive a certificate to keep for your records. The certificate may be included with your next renewal. Please save it for at least 2 years because the board has the authority to audit and ask for it. You will not need it after the 2-year period. Okay. And then these are live links on the page, online domestic violence training and in person, but you pretty much take it in school. So just for our sake and for having to do renewals and prepping, for the new educators coming in, if you have to renew, like going to course, sending your payment and things like that off, you may want to go ahead and go on that Barbicide website prior to your renewal, so you can take that 30-minute certification. It's a training, probably doesn't take 30 minutes. They'll give you a certificate. What you'll do, if you're on the PC, you'll download the certificate, or you put it on your phone. When it's time to renew, you get all the way to the end thinking you're just going to pay for it, and it asks for that certificate, and so you can upload it from there. And it's the Barbicide Riverside website, and I think it's SureHaven1 in the group. If you would like me before this course is over with, go to that website and show you where it is. But you can type 1 in the chat if you would like to go over to that website before we leave, so you will know if you have not renewed your license, and if you have not taken that certification, you'll need to take that 30-minute training. It's free. And save that certificate. It's either gonna, I think it's gonna be emailed to you, and save it to your phone or whatever device you're gonna renew your license on. Going to the chat. Awesome. Yes, yes, I will. Not a problem. That's what we're here to do. Make sure you're good. Here are some law updates. Public Chapter 117 for domestic violence training, effective January 2022 to December 31st, 2025. So, yeah, if you have not taken it, you'll need to make sure you take it. For current licensees, link to free 25-minute training on the board's website. Several approved in-person trainings listed on the website. Schools will cover training as part of the curriculum. Yes, it now has to be a part of our curriculum. And then current licensees will be asked to complete training with renewal. Okay. Current licensees will be asked to complete training with renewal. That's everyone on here. Okay. Reciprocity and initial applicants outside of Tennessee must complete with the first license. So this was signed into effect by the governor for 13/21. So some of us are probably already familiar with it, but for those new educators, just making sure you go over to that website and you do that training before you renew. The eyelash services and eyelash service shop, public chapter 214 for eyelash specialty, effective July 1st, 2023. So this licensure is a year and some months old. Created new individual licensure for eyelash services, 300 hours and both theory and practical exams. Also created new shop type for eyelash services, equipment at the discretion of the shop, and then hours offered at full cosmetology schools and or specialty aesthetic schools. Cosmetologists, master barbers, and estheticians already offer eyelash services, and then same fees and renewal cycles as other license types. And this signed by the governor for 10/23. Okay, for 10/23. And this is a course that we offer at our school. Law updates. Master barbers are now allowed to perform services in residences upon obtaining a residential barber certificate issued by the board. Must register as a residential barber. Equipment inspection required. Notice will be provided to the applicant for inspection as a designated time and location. Okay, this is a Tennessee code annotated 62-3-135. License, the law, continued law days, licensees may provide cosmetology services in the recipient's residence, short-term residence, or place of business without obtaining an additional certificate or registration. 62-4-125D2B. Continued law updates. Mobile shops means any self-contained, self-supporting, enclosed motor vehicle that may be used as a barber shop, cosmetology shop, dual shop, manicure shop, skincare shop, or any other category of shop licensed by the board. 62-3-134 and 62-4-10217. Must be connected with a brick and mortar shop. History applies to both. To inspections, License runs concurrent with brick and mortar shop. Okay. Hair braider registration. 62-4-102 adds hair braiding means techniques that result in tension on a hair strand, such as twisting, wrapping, weaving, extending, locking, or braiding of the hair by hand or mechanical appliances for compensation without cutting, coloring, relaxing, removing, chemically treating, or using other preparations to straighten, curl, or alter the structure of the hair. 62-4-135 adds fees and more details. Number 1, obtain 16 hours of training in health and hygiene in person or online. Number 2, register biannually and pay $30 registration fee. Number 3, use only disposable and properly sanitized instruments. And number 4, post a notice that the hair braider is not licensed and refrain from referring to oneself as a natural hair stylist as of July 2019. Low income fee waiver. The low income fee waiver became effective January 1, 2019. Applicants must provide proof of enrollment in an authorized federal or state financial assistance program for the initial license fee to be waived. 62-76-105 as of January 2019. Instructor dual license. Okay, public chapter 0955. This is it's new impact to instructors. Licensed barber instructor, obtain cosmetology instructor license, need 300 hours from licensed cosmetology school in the fundamentals of cosmetology technique and pedicuring. Apply and pay for new dual instructor license. And then licensed cosmetology instructor, obtaining a barber instructor license, need 300 hours from licensed barber school in the fundamentals of straight razor shaving and barbering technique. Apply and pay for new dual instructor license. Not applicable to other instructor types, only cosmetology and barbering as of July 1st, 2022. Licensees crossing over from barber or cosmetology must now only complete 300 hours at a licensed cosmetology or barber school or hold a cosmetology license or master barber certificate of registration for 5 continuous years in order to request to sit for the barber or cosmetology exam. Woo! 0200-01-13 and 0440-01-03. Schools operating under 62-3-123 and 62-4-120 may develop courses of instruction and practice incorporating an apprenticeship curriculum. Schools do not register to offer apprenticeship. Hours must reflect A for apprenticeship in front of coursework curriculum. Student must pass theory exam before starting on practical apprentice hours. And then all hours must be attained in under the apprenticeship program. Supervisory professionals must have at least 10 years experience, and they are responsible for logging of the training hours and compliance for their students while under their training. Okay. Important things for instructors to remember. Common misconceptions. Misconception, it does not matter how many years it takes a student to complete school. Here's the fact. Students must complete school within 7 years. Misconception, there is no time limit to apply for a license after completing school and passing the exams. Students must, here's the fact, students must apply for a license within 6 months after passing their exams. Misconception, students can delay testing for as long as they wish once they have completed the educational requirements. Here's the facts. Students must pass both exams within 3 years of having been added to the testing vendor. If they go past the 3 years, they do not lose their hours. They simply need to be imported to the testing vendor again. Misconception. If an instructor would not meet the continuing education requirements, the instructor may contact the board office prior to expiring and request extension. After the expiration, only good cause situations are considered. Here's the fact. Instructors must meet the continuing education requirements within the renewal cycle, or they will be required to retest in order to have the instructor license restored to active status. Communication with the board. Renewals. All cosmetologists, esthetician, manicurists, natural hairstylists, instructor, and shop license renewals shall include the applicant's current address, phone number, and if available, email. Number 2, mailing address. All cosmetologists, esthetician, manicurists, natural hairstylists, and instructor licensees shall notify the board in writing within 30 days of any change in mailing address. Electronic notification is acceptable for purposes of this rule. And number 3, responses to board requests. All cosmetologists, estheticians, manicurists, natural hairstylists, instructor, and shop licensees shall respond in writing to any communication from the board requesting a response within the time prescribed by the board pursuant to the request. Important information for future licensees. It is important for students who later become licensees and also shop owners to know the difference between the two licenses. It may seem like a logical distinction, but licensees often confuse the two license types. This can cause licensees to submit the wrong renewal and or pay an incorrect renewal fee, which can lead to delays or late penalties. Lastly, changes made on a personal license, i.e. name change, address change, etc., do not automatically convey to the shop license and vice versa. Monthly hour reports for schools. It says all monthly hours reports are due by the 10th of each month for the prior month. The Excel spreadsheet includes an instructor page, which must be turned in for each month. All schools are required to submit the reports electronically. As of August 21, a new online submission process was started to simplify the submission of the report. A link to that form was to be sent to all licensed schools, CTE directors for the high schools and the TCAT schools. The link is available on the website under the schools tab. And then it says PSI exam changes went into effect 2/1/22. And it's an option for virtual theory and practical exams, new national exams, and then practical exams focus on protection to the public. So look at the Excel report for the exam. Also the PDF instructor page, and our most important page. If you have any questions, contact Roxana, your executive director, at 615-532-7081 or by email. You may also contact the board office for general questions at 615-741-2515 or email at cosmetology.board@tn.gov. That is going to be our updated state board presentation. And it is 10:30. We are on good time. In the chat, if you have a question, I could read it aloud. Pertaining to it, there are some updates in the new year that passed. Yes, everyone is going to get a copy of this. Everyone. Everything that we touch and go over, if it's not a link, it's going to be an email copy sent to you within that 2-day period. Yes, ma'am. That was Miss Dunn. Will we get a copy? Yes. As a school owner, I'm always I'm always checking the law and checking updates. I will urge you to know what your industry has going on. Go on the website, check the meeting dates for they have the agendas and the calendar out already for next year. Be on the calls because a lot of stuff gets passed, and then you can look on the General Assembly pages, also the legislative pages, just to see if somebody working on passing something in the beauty industry that you know anything about. Because most of the time, by the time it gets to state board, there's already a law, and they just have to make the rules to it. And so just to stay abreast of what's going on in the industry, check your those general sessions also. Yeah, you sign up for emails for those updates. Moses said, would you need to retest after acquiring the 300 hours to obtain a dual instructor license? Let's see if we go back to, here's dual. It says licensed barber instructor, obtain cosmetology instructor license. You'll need 300 hours, apply and pay. And so if you're going from barber, you want to do a dual license and you adding cosmetology instructor to the barber instructor, you're going to go to get those 300 hours and then apply and pay. And if you're a cosmetology instructor wanting to also obtain a barber instructor, you do those 300 hours, apply and pay. Okay. And only applicable to cosmetology and barber. Now, if you were, I did see something about an exam, but I want to pull it up. Okay. Licensees crossing over from barber or cosmetology must now only complete 300 hours at a licensed cosmetology or barber school, or hold a cosmetology license or master barber certificate of registration for 5 continuous years in order to request to sit for the barber or cosmetology exam. This is why I believe, my opinion, I'm gonna leave it alone, that we need to be on the call, because I'm gonna hold a license for 5 years and you still want me to sit. So I'm gonna leave that right there. So some of the rules, if you bring attention to them on the legislative part, can be modified. August, thank you, Mr. Brazel. No tests. Let me go back up one. Ms. Lockhart, yes, I have a question concerning the mobile shop. could one individual own the mobile shop and have it connected to someone else's brick and mortar? Yes, ma'am. What's going to happen is that they're going to run together. The renewal, everything is going to run together. When it's time for inspection, they'll contact you as well and have a meetup space for them to come out and inspect the mobile shop. And whatever fine the shop gets, you also would get the fine. Whatever fine you get, the shop gets. And so it will have to be, it doesn't have to be like a franchise type thing, but you need to have I would advise a working agreement, some kind of paperwork that says you guys are working together because your business will be connected to the brick and mortar. And, pretty much you're riding on their paperwork, so you need to make sure they're doing everything they're supposed to do. Things are updated, licenses are paid on time, and to make sure the mobile shop is in great order. And I know that because I called about that as well. If we offered, someone had a question about continuing education. Let's see.
That was my question. I can clarify if you
Okay,
need me to.
okay. Hold on one moment. Okay. You have, and then Olga says, to clarify, if you have a mobile salon connected, means it must also be, yes, a shoot off of it. Yes, it doesn't have to be Pink Salon A and then brick and mortar and then Pink Salon there. You just the clarity in the wording, you just have to be associated with it. And so, yeah, and then whatever they get is going to run the same way. Your licenses, the due date, all of that is going to run the same. So you're going to have, it's going to be an equal responsibility to keep up both businesses, the brick and mortar and the mobile shop. Okay, great. And then Jasmine, you said if we offer continuing education certifications, how can we get it accredited by the state? Two different things. Continuing education has to go through, you have to present that to our director, Roxana, and then she puts you on the agenda to present that to the board. Once it's approved, and then you go from there. Accredited by the state, can you give me some information on that?
You answered it. I meant by state board.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. When I see the word accredited accreditation, I think of financial aid. Okay. Awesome. And so, yeah, so make sure you reach out to Roxana and to Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology for any additional questions, but this will be emailed over to you. Please, someone mentioned, okay. I do have another question as well. Someone mentioned going on the website and getting the email updates, signing up for the email updates. Please do. If they're going to tell you about everything that comes through the board. Okay. So for me, I love what I do. This is a passion. And I want to keep track of what's going on with my license. I don't want you to just come out the blue and just tell me this is what I have to do. And so I keep up with that. Then we have another question. It says, is it true that when you hold a license for so many years, we can challenge the board and doesn't have to attend school for 300 hours? I've never heard of that. So you would definitely have to contact the administrator for that, the director for that. Roxana would be the best one to give you that answer. Yes. And when you say 300 hours, in what? Because they, it's clear here as far as they broke it down to 300 hours. So I'm not sure. Yeah, give me a little clarity on that if you want to text me. But continue, Roxana would be able to assist as well. The most effective one of all. At 10:41, let's look at our schedule. And if you want to clarify in that message, I'm here to for a few minutes to offer some clarity. All right. So what we're gonna do, let's take a 15, and when we come back, we'll have our first coaching session before lunch. Okay. So it's 10:41. Let's take a 15. Yeah, 5 minutes to 11. Let's do 5 minutes to 11. And if you have any more questions, you guys could give me a call or you could text me. The next session will come back and we will be in the hands of Coach Ava Freeman. Okay. And so it's a very exciting session. I want you to take your break, stretch, get your juice, and then come on back. Get ready to go. Get your snack going. Okay. Have a great one. And cut my camera and also cutting my audio. See y'all when in 5 to
You want some more water? I just added it. Yeah, they're fixing to bring you some more Lasix and some pain medicine. Are you comfortable there? Okay. Okay. Huh?
Hey, if it's just coming in, we're on break. We'll be back about 5 minutes to
No.
11. Okay.
I hate me.
Why?
I forgot to say diet. It's regular.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
Here's your straw.
They haven't come in yet.
Huh?
I said they haven't come in yet. Did you get one?
Yeah. I told him mild.
There's a mild right there. It's fine.
Yeah, there's more mild.
Wish they'd bring back the enchiladas.
That wasn't even on the menu. That's the reason I called you, but they came to the window about that time.
Oh, okay.
I go say, they don't have to.
A burrito would have been these are always so messy, but they're good.
Y'all know what time it is. It's the roll call. Let's go ahead and get the roll call back on. This is the immigrant song. Whose song is this? Y'all better ride out. Whose song is this? That's what I'm talking about. It's the roll call. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's jump right in. And y'all, this playlist, I know if you have an Apple, I can send it to you. But yeah, I'm gonna find a way to send you this playlist. So if you want this playlist, at the end, we'll go into the chat and I can send you this playlist. Okay, let's see. Let's see who's trying to jump in. Someone just got kicked out. Welcome back, y'all. It's the roll call. You know how we do it. We're returning from break. Your full name and your license number. Your full name and your license number. Next up on the playlist, Gracefully Broken, Tasha Cobbs Leonard. It'll be a great backdrop for us today. Going to the chat. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Yes, Brent. You got the energy going now. You got the immigrant song. I like that. Oh, lovely day. I will. And you know, that's my jam too. Got it. Now look, I don't know if I'm gonna be the DJ. Is this a new career? You come from the land of ice and snow. Woo! Oh no, could I be a DJ, modern day DJ? Do hair, teach, and on the mics on the Apple ones and twos. So if you got a song you want to add to our list, go ahead and drop it. I'm gonna add it. Y'all, we are almost halfway there. We're in our second quarter. And with us being in our second quarter, we got lunch coming up, our halftime, and then y'all know what time it is. Y'all ain't got to see me for another another registration time, another renewal time. But you know what? I'm going to pledge to keep up with you guys on our off year. I want to build a focus group. And with that focus group, I want your opinions. You know, I want to teach and bring information that you want to take back to your classroom. Okay, I got you, Curl. Yes, it's gonna happen, Candace. Yes. If not, I'm gonna come bother you on your job. I'm gonna come bother you at Texas Laser Institute. So guys, yeah, we're gonna stay connected. I'm really excited about building a focus group, just so we can stay, just kind of finding the information and being a vessel to get it directly to the schools, the owners. Yes, I just think that's going to be amazing. We want to be more effective in the classrooms, and that's what it's all about, so just going out and getting that. So before we depart today, I am going to talk more about the focus group and the next trainings and things of that nature. We're also at the lunch, we'll start doing surveys and things of that nature. So excited. There was a final question that said, could we challenge the board? Of course, but let me tell you one thing. If you're going to challenge the board, I don't want you to go before the board unprepared. Have your facts, your research, your documentation. It's good to have some people that say the same thing you're saying. Because many times when I'm on the board, state board meetings, and anybody could be on the meetings, they are public as well. Many people go before the board unprepared. So please make sure you're prepared, and you have do it. I support you if you're requesting a change for the better. I support you. Okay. But what always works when you're going before and the board is like they regulate, they set the rules and orders, they make rules for the laws. So if you're going to go before the board on that level of importance when it comes to our licensure, you're challenging anything, make sure we have all of our ducks in a row and some extra ones as well. But definitely. And before you go, run it by somebody and see how well what they think about it, because it is public record and we want to make sure that you're heard. So I say go for it. Go for it. Okay. All right. It's one of my favorite songs by Tasha Cobbs. Y'all, we are ready to rumble. I did not present a bio for this amazing young lady. Great. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for coming in. Welcome back from our break. Let me introduce to you the first BELC coach for today is Ava Freeman, Ava Freeman and Company. Her social medias I posted, also her hashtags I posted. I want to hand it over to Miss Freeman. I have access to the slide presentation, and you can tell me to click the slide at any time, Miss Freeman, and I'm working for you today. Okay. But if you would please introduce yourself as we begin our second quarter before lunch. Y'all, welcome Miss Freeman. This is Coach Ava. Welcome Miss Ava in the chat. Run it up, run it up. Welcome Miss Ava in the chat. Miss Ava, it's all yours. Are you there?
Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see me? How y'all doing? I love when everyone engages. So I like to be interactive, engaged. I'm very passionate. How you doing, Miss Dawn? How you doing? How you doing? Today's subject is something that is very personal, and I'm very compassionate about this subject. And today I want to say, how you doing, Candace? My subject is on conquering the uncovered barriers in the classroom. And the reason and what I'm going to speak of is I'm going to name quite a few barriers that are in the classroom. But about two of them I'm going to, and I think this would really help y'all understand, be more compassionate with the learners in the classroom. So I'm trying to make sure everybody is engaged. So what I want to talk about, the first is effective communication and challenges in the classroom, and that is age barrier. Ms. Cox talked about it yesterday, age barriers from the baby boomers to the Gen Zs, and the communication with them, not often listening to each other. Some of the educators, we're older, so we don't understand, and we've had to be enforced to understand through compassion because we want them to really, really be successful. So the second one is gender barriers. As educators, we might not understand some of the of their upbringing and some of the things that they do today. So it's made us, again, more compassionate. Mental, autism, learning disabilities, which I'm going to really concentrate on that to give you a little bit more about that. Poor listening is a barrier, and poor listening is a barrier. Physical barriers. But I want to go back to the mental, autism, and learning disabilities. A lot of the learners have anxiety because of social media. One of the I'm stuttering now, barriers, it brings anxiety because they don't know how to always interact on human form. It's touching this all the time. So when speaking face to face, some of them just don't know how to communicate and bring their feelings across. So we, with wisdom and our education, we have to be very aware of that. with the disabilities, I want to concentrate on anxiety and dyslexic. And the reason why I want to stay there is because I'm dyslexic. And it's been a challenge. And for those that don't know what dyslexia is, I'm going to explain that to you. Just a few moments, and I want to explain that to you. It's difficult putting thoughts together, stuttering under stress, transpose words or syllables, and speaking in incomplete sentences, writing words, leaving them out, or I often write backwards. I can be thinking something and I can write backwards. And sometimes, often listening, you don't always retain focus. For me, I was diagnosed as a child, and not everybody has this blessing, but my mother is a retired teacher. So I never was on medication, but the solution for her was a discipline, routine. And if I'm going too fast, please get in the chat and come in the chat. And I'm also looking because I want to make sure that I'm speaking clearly, I'm not going too fast, and that I'm engaging and making sure y'all understanding.
And you know what, Coach Ava, I can handle your chat too. That's what
Okay.
That's what we do. So if you need anything, I'm here on the other side. You're doing a great job. So
okay.
Proceed. If you need anything, I'm here. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
I told Ms. Cox, I said, I love engaging with people. So being on virtual is always makes me a little nervous because I love communicating with different educators and coaches. So as I was saying, my mother is a retired teacher of biology, physics, and chemistry. So education runs deep in my family. So I never was on medication. She kept us on a routine. For example, and I'm being transparent in educating y'all today because I hope this helps you and gives you signs of different students that come through. And you may not realize maybe some of the things that you're dealing with and never put a name on it. So in the mornings, even though I'm a spontaneous person, I have to be on a routine. I get up, make my bed, I get up and I do all these different things. If I don't make my bed, I'm kind of thrown off sometimes. When I'm preparing for a lesson, I write, I rewrite, and I rewrite again until I understand it. I love reading. I will read something over and over again. The part of that, why I do that, is because of the anxiety and the dyslexic. Am I going too fast?
You're good.
Okay. And the reason why I do that is because of the dyslexic and the anxiety. So when I see students, when I see learners, and I go into the classroom as a guest speaker, I'm always looking for that student, not the one that always stands out that does the best hair, the one that I see that is probably having a difficulty, that's quiet, that's maybe not want to be seen, because usually they are the ones that are dealing with some type of disability of ADHD, adult learning, or dyslexic, or anxiety, and just don't want to talk about it. They may not want to discuss it because of being shamed, of not feeling smart. So as an educator, and you have a student that does not, that you may sense feel that way, you almost have to, and I have these stickers. I'm gonna show you, I have these every time I do a coaching class, I have these stickers. Instead of them going on their phone, because you want them to concentrate and write it down, because when you write it down and with a pen, with a pen, when you write it down, it becomes more personable. So when you see that student, that learner in the corner, and they're trying to be shy, don't want to answer because they're doubting, most of the time they're doubting themselves. They're not sure. Then say, if you know they can do a awesome hair shaping, a cut. You know what? You're amazing at cutting. Get them to write it down. You say it to them and get them to write it down. Anything that will enhance them as a person, as a student, get them to write it down. We all need to be encouraged because sometimes the things that we deal with are, we might not want to share our personal experience because of embarrassment, because of shame, or we think we're the only one. And that's why when Miss Cox, she was telling me what her subject was, I was like, oh, wow. I can relate to this in so many ways because people look at me as someone to encourage, empower. I just don't want to inspire anybody. I want to empower. Empower brings action. We want everyone to come out of their comfort zone and have action to be the best individual person that they can be. So I love to encourage. I love to say, I don't say it to everyone, but I love to say, I'm dyslexic. I work hard to achieve my goals. It's not easy. And a lot of our Gen Zs think it's easy. Thank you, Rachel. It's not easy. So we have to be sensitive, and some of the learners that are young, they already have anxiety. They already have anxiety. They already have other issues that we didn't have to go through. As Ms. Cox said earlier, they're paying triple for education from the price that we paid. So they're paying 300, 400, 500% more than what we ever would pay.
Yeah, right.
So they're going through different difficulties. So imagine being dyslexic or dealing with anxiety in 2024 and then have social media where everyone's watching you. And you don't have the confidence base that some of us have. Imagine that, what that would do to someone. So we have to be there to conquer the uncovered issues in the classroom. That every student, every learner is not the same. And we have to be sensitive to that. Voluntary or involuntary. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Premier Cosmetology Academy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do have tips. Let me first, if you have a student that you may think has anxiety, has not just anxiety, but dyslexic, or you may, because of the first of all, let me tell, I'm gonna give you some tips, but I'm gonna tell y'all again some of the signs of someone that has dyslexia. If you're asking them to read and they get frustrated, or when you see them under pressure, they stutter. This is number 2. They stutter. Not a stuttering that they're born with, but that you can tell that they're under pressure, that they're studying. They have a difficult time in putting their thoughts. Most of the time, someone maybe have to finish their sentence. They leave their sentences incomplete. You might be talking to them and they don't finish it. That has happened to me many a times. If I'm excited about a subject and I'm talking to Miss Cox or someone else that knows me, and I'll be on the phone and I'm excited, and all of a sudden I get quiet. Are you there? Yeah, I'm there. I got excited and I went blank. So if you have a student that is talking to you and all of a sudden they're excited about something and and it just stops, they're usually excited. They're usually excited. They mispronounce words a lot. They mispronounce words. Now, some of the tips for dyslexic, I would say, when you realize that student is that I would, number one, have that person on a routine. Meaning, if they came into class and I would give them a chore, something that they would love to do, but also something that is challenging. Something that you would love for them to do, they would love to do, but something that you see that would be challenging. And have them do it every day. Also, number two, that student that has dyslexic, I would give them, break their paragraphs, break their chapters into a small, maybe rather than reading the whole chapter, get them to read part of the chapter as a homework. And you explain to them, of course, this student that you've had a conversation, this is what I want you to do because I want you to excel. I know your learning is different than others. So I want you to I'm gonna break this chapter down to you. If it's 5 pages, I only want you to read 1 page. And I know you're saying we have 20, 30, 40 students. We can't do that with everyone. I understand. But if somebody has, if this is what they want their career to be, fortunately, absolutely works. Now, fortunately, this is what we have to do for them to be successful. I promise you, I've seen this so many times. Give them written. Let them write everything down. Let them take it home because they're going to understand it better. They're absolutely going to understand it better. And their anxiety will be at ease. So when they come back to you, because they've written what the homework that you've given to them, where they're understanding, then they're going to be more effective in the classroom. You just broke a barrier. You just conquered and gave a solution. Number 3, give them praise. Not all the time, but when you feel, give them praise. Wonderful job. If you know somebody that is a therapist or someone that can talk to them, if this is something that you can do in your school, or you have someone that can really sit and talk to them, where they can go to a therapist for their dyslexic or a speech therapist, then give them referrals. Because not everyone has access to someone that is going to take the time. We have to think most of our country, most of our country is dealing with anxiety. Most of our country is dealing with someone with a sickness. If it's mental, if it's physical, if it's our body. If just for example, and I'm saying this for a purpose, it could be someone that is a student or educator. this is how compassionate I am about this, because I'm gonna say this. Sometimes because our disability, our barrier is not what someone else's, we don't think it's important. Somebody could be sick, it could be a diabetic, they could have a heart problem. And I know you're thinking, what does that have to do with barriers in the classroom? The point I'm saying, everybody has anxiety with something that they're dealing with. Yours may be physical, theirs may be emotional, and some people's may be both. We have to be more compassionate with it. Am I going too fast? If anybody have any questions? Open the chat. Does anyone have any questions? Because I don't want to go too fast, because my goal is to have understanding.
I don't see any questions in the chat right now. They said they totally understand. Thank you for being very informative.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome. Also, when conquering the uncovered barrier, we have to look out for clues. We have to look out for clues with our learners. And this class, with that, and with this class, this is, thank you so much. I want everyone to really take the time as you're sitting there right now and think of a student. Take the time to think of a student. And imagine if a student, and yesterday Miss Cox said, I think it was someone else and Miss Cox were having a discussion about 8 seconds. 8 seconds. That's their attention span. So imagine somebody that has anxiety and dyslexia.
They give up quick. They're frustrated.
Give up. They get frustrated, give up. Yeah. And imagine on top of that, no discipline.
Yeah. No one has seen them. They act out.
No one has seen them. That's why I use my sticky notes and I get them. If a student, I don't want to use the word underdog, but in society, that's when that student, or when I go to a coaching, or I'm going to a business and I'm helping them with their strategies in their business, I always go to the person that not the best colorist. I go to the person that's over there looking, watching, observing. That's who I go to, the one that is observing, because usually they're more teachable. Usually they're more teachable, and they don't really want to say anything because they don't want to feel embarrassed. So we have to go to them and say,
that's good.
Oh, don't you have a beautiful smile? My gosh, I love that vivid color. Oh my gosh, I love that biolage. You must be a colorist. We have people want to be seen.
Yeah.
Not
you know
attention.
What, Coach Ava?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just thinking about, as you were speaking, I was thinking about this student that recently graduated a couple of months ago. And she came in hooded and had this her hood on and with beautiful hair, beautiful face, but no one had ever told her. And she hold her head down while she talked to you and kind of rocked a little bit. And without her saying it, we became like her protectors, And she was the quiet one that just overlooked everything, just kind of gave a smile every now and then. But she was the one I made sure, and you have to make sure. And I had a conversation with the students. She ended up being the one that they're like, don't play with. I don't play about her. No one, if anyone thinks they're going to look at her a certain way or try to bully her or anything, the students just gravitated around her to make her feel like a part of the group, because if you let her, she would continue to sink back. She would be in the background and let everything go on, and she'll go deeper, deeper in the back. But we had to kind of go get her, and she dealt with some of the same issues you're talking about: anxiety, dyslexic, not feeling appreciated, not feeling pretty, those type of things. And literally just texted me not too long ago saying she's scheduling for her test. That's a huge thing because we've been dealing with that test anxiety for 6 months. And so you're so right on it and for a present time. So thank you. And I was thinking about her the whole time before I even got that text.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Thank you for that, Ms. Cox. I'm going to
Yeah,
say
this
this
is great information. Great information.
I'm going to be a little bit more transparent on here, just a little bit more. As a young adult, even though I was raised in a loving home, everyone, most of my aunts and uncles are educated, they're teachers, principals. Of course, parents desire for you to do something else. And I started cosmetology in high school, ninth grade, and I've been over 30 something years. And I used to think, oh my gosh, they used to say, if you was a cosmetologist, you wasn't smart. And having dyslexic, I'm like, am I doing this because I'm not smart? And I tell people now when they get in it, we got to be smart because we got to figure out that color and those formulations. So we're very smart. Okay. We're very smart. But I used to didn't think I was smart. And if it wasn't for my parents and my mother and my grandmother and my grandparents instilling into me, I was smart and I can do that. Not like Ms. Cox said, not everyone has that at home. Not everyone. So fortunately, we have the opportunity to pour that. And sometimes we don't feel like we're good enough as educators, but we have the opportunity still to pour into someone else, to lift them and build them up. So coming into an adult, I had to tell myself, we have to, as Ms. Cox said, we have to speak life. It gets tiring. Sometimes it gets exhausting because we want somebody to speak life into us. But by conquering the uncovered, both people can become strong. I'm sure you have students, like Ms. Cox said, I'm sure every educator on here has students that has turned around and you poured into them and they turned around one day and said something to you that made your day and made you feel like this 20 years, this 10 years, this 40 years that you have put into this industry was worth it. Because you didn't become numb to this is just another number. That this is someone's career. Absolutely. And when you work 10 to 15 hours plus a day, you're not lazy. You're not lazy. I think we're some hardworking men and women in this industry. I think this is the best industry that could ever was created. We make people beautiful. We enhance what they had. Yes, Miss Kendall. Yes. How you doing, Miss Kendall? The fruits of your labor thank you. Miss Kendall was one of my instructors that is, I have to give her a shout out real quick, that is absolutely amazing. And what she teaches, she walks it. She absolutely walks it.
I am so proud of you.
I
I just do what I do
so
because I
much.
just love my superstars. That's one of my superstars. There's another one online on here too. And you guys, I'm gonna tell you, if you teach from your heart, I have been teaching since I was 21. And if you teach from your heart, there is not nothing that I could ask for When I had a grand opening recently with my other co-owners, I opened up because that was 3 of my students who wanted to do it. I didn't want another beauty school. And I just do it out of the goodness of my heart because I want them to have that opportunity. But at that grand opening, I asked how many lives have I touched? And it was just beyond belief. There's nothing I probably couldn't ask for that I couldn't get.
Absolutely.
Just
And
by
sometimes,
giving.
and sometimes, and I want to say this to, and Miss Kendall, you can respond, Miss Cox also. Sometimes you looking at that student that is frustrating you, and you might not get it back, and that's the one you poured into, but there's others that are looking at you, take the time with that person, and you don't realize your nonverbal maybe towards them, but what you're trying to achieve over here is blessing them to let them know, oh my gosh, she cares. These students, they are watching.
That's right.
They are watching, and because some of them, I don't know most of the age, and probably we're boomers and from X all the way up, millenniums that are educators on here. Not everybody was, you invest in your student and keep it alive and full of integrity. Absolutely integrity. We cannot, I don't want to get off the subject because we're still on this dyslexic, but that is so important that we have to watch our actions because we all have a challenge. We all have adversities. We all have something that we're dealing with. And the only difference is if you're probably 30, 35 and up, you was raised different where you have that instilled to have that self-motivation. Not everybody was raised like that. So you by you walking and talking, not saying that we don't make mistakes, but our delivery, our delivery, our action, our walk, how we speak. I'm a very stern and very blunt. I had to learn with the Z's. I had to learn to slow it down. Because if I speak blunt and stern to them, not mean, but to the point, because that's where I was raised. Don't sugarfoot it. Just say it. Say it. But I had to realize some of them don't have a voice. They don't have a voice. They really don't have a voice. Now, they may get smart and say words, but in the process, we have to discern in education that they're just words. They're responding. That's what they saw or seeing on a daily basis. So they take it differently. That's another barrier. The words that we say, they're going to say something different. If we correct them or we try to help them to get better, and they're not used to help, they're not used to being seen, they may take it as, what do you want? So we have to be very thoughtful and very mindful of the barriers. And some of the barriers might be 5 out of the 10. Some may be 1 out of the 10. And some of the barriers are 10 out of 10. And it's not always the learners. As educators, we may go and do conferences, conventions. Let me say this. A lot of times people say education is the key. No, it's not. It's applied education. Applied education. We go to these conventions and conferences because we're required, but has it been an understanding and a change to move forward? Applied, everybody, take your stick and a piece of paper. Applied education is the key. Just a nugget, if y'all have time, just get you some stickies. And as you go through the day, just put one on someone's desk.
Hello.
Just put someone on someone's
No.
desk. Hello?
No,
And
that's
say
it.
a positive word.
Are we there?
She's on mute.
Okay. Coach Ava, you're on mute. Oh, are you catching your phone?
I'm trying to think, how did I get on mute? Thank y'all so much. I didn't even touch it. I guess the computer, they got brains of their own. But yes, do anyone have any questions? Do they have an analogy, something that a situation that happened that you need me to assist you with? Is there anything before I keep moving forward?
I
Because I
wanted to
want,
also give you a time check as well. It's 11:45.
okay, so I have 5 or 10.
10.
Okay. Another thing with those that experience dyslexic, there's no medication for dyslexic. So if somebody say they have a pill, it's on you to decide, this is what I have, but it's not me. I'm gonna have to work. I'm gonna have to do.
Okay, as you guys come on, please mute. Okay, thank you.
It's muting me. I'm sorry. Every time you mute, it's mute. Okay. That you have to do the work.
Mhm.
And that's something that a lot of learners and some educators don't want to do. We have to do the work and encourage them to do the work. Don't put the learner in a position where they won't open up to you or they shut down. So most of the time, people do ask me, do you take medication for it? No, I've never taken medication for it. Never. I've never taken medication. It's been through discipline, constant encouragement of my self-worth. I know that we all have challenges and that it does not stop you. I feel like it's like that thorn in your side that you wanted to make it better. I want to get better and better. They often say, most people with dyslexic, oh, excuse me, see, that just happened right, this dyslexia, experience, they're really bad in math. I am good in math. Trust me. Anybody that knows me, I'm very good in math, just like that. So I encourage, when you have your issues, bring out the attributes, say those things to yourself, and then work on the other. When I was younger, I wanted to do color, but I was scared. Oh my gosh, can I do that? And one day, this was about 15, 18 years ago, one of my good friends worked for the parent company, Cal, which is Goldwell. I use Goldwell Color Line. And when I tell you, I said, this is one of those things that you're going to have to study. Study. Let me say it one more time. Study and apply yourself. Next thing I know, 4 years ago, I was asked to go to the academy in Italy at Census, Color Academy. I was there for a week. The same person.
I remember that too.
And the barrier, thank you, Ms. Cox. And the barrier there was a language barrier. And we all had the translators in our ear. So I've gone from being a child with ADHD, never on medication, dyslexia, going to school, instructor's license, coaching for over 10 years, teaching people how to build their business strategies, have 5 programs, and here I am. And I still am not at a higher level, at that level where I think I want to be. I'm always elevating. The name of my business is Higher Level Hair Studio and Hair Loss Clinique. My other business is Higher Level. Then I went and I got it trademarked. Anything I use with Higher Level. So we have to start with the foundation and take our things that are uncovered, conquer them, and continue to elevate it and pour it into our learners. They are the next generation. And if we don't, we're going to have a whole bunch of stuttering, misminded, unfocused, undisciplined adults.
Woo.
So we have to have the choice. Take our imperfections and realize how we worked on it and give someone else the opportunity, because some of them do not have it at home. That's something else I was detached from. I didn't realize that. How many of them do not have it at home? They have so many extra challenges. And this is why I told Ms. Cox, I said, I have a whole list, but this is where I started. For us to have and I know I only have about 5 minutes, and I want to say this before I go. First, I want to say thank y'all for just listening time, and I hope that it touches someone's heart. It may be later, maybe in the middle of the night. But those that have been in the industry 20, 30, 40 years, and we look at this as absolutely amazing and it's fabulous, and we see the potential, and we don't have to be behind the chair. There's so many opportunities for this industry. If we do not pour into these learners, it's not going to be there. And we're already starting to see it. So we have to embrace the differences and see how we can conquer these uncovered challenges and come together, marriage it together. If you have someone that decides to go to school, then pair with somebody that does social media, that, like she said yesterday, and marriage it. Get someone else that can come together that loves to do braids, but you have someone that loves to do color, and they come together and they just create this beautiful avant-garde flower on the hair. See, I think outside the box. That also is a gift of me, of myself, that God has given me. I think outside the box. Our mind is everything. We should have a higher level mindset. So if you look at what you're doing as a job, your learner is going to think they're just doing a job. Then there's some on here that are giving their 500%, and some, they might not get it, but they're going to get it years later. My teacher, her name was Miss Pardue, a little petite lady, and she called it the beauty parlor. here in Clarksville, Tennessee. Very classy. And I didn't understand, oh, she's just an older lady. I realized the things that I do. That was my first teacher. Every educator that I've had has been classy. Thank you, Jasmine. Has been classy. They called it a beauty parlor. We have to remember that and we cannot, I'm gonna say this and I'm getting ready to go. I'm sorry, Miss Cox, if I'm going over, tell me how many minutes I got. We have to
1 minute.
decide. Huh?
1 minute.
Okay, we have to decide as educators. We're complaining about YouTube. If we don't want YouTube to take over and call these styles one thing, then our voice needs to be louder. The estheticians needs to wear their white jackets. They're one of the doctors of the industry. The cosmetologists, we need to dress and stand tall because we as an industry we are the brand. So we can take the differences. The barbers, you have to stay groomed. We are essential to this industry, to this world. A lot of people that feel ugly, not sure, because of their personal, we're bringing out the beauty that's already there. We're just getting paid to do it. So we have to do it with sincerity and integrity. We have to teach with sincerity and integrity. And we can't let social media be our brand. We are our brand. That's an illusion. And we have to let it come off. We have to let it show in sincerity. So I want to tell everyone, if y'all need to, I don't know if she said she had my social media up. I want to be respectful of her time. I appreciate you, Ms. Cox and DCI Academy. I thank everyone that's on here. If you would like to get hold to me for, I do life coaching and business strategies. I also come out to your business and assess your business from front to back because the receptionist and the shampoo tech is just as important as the hairstylist. Thank you, Rachel. Ms. Cox.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you, Coach Ava. Y'all give it up. You can unmute or you can put it in the chat. Give us some tools. Give us some tools in the chat if you enjoyed that with Coach Ava, or you can just unmute and just give it to her. Coach Ava, thank you. We're so thankful that you joined us here at the BELC. And it's good to have some good people, y'all. It's good to be around some smart people. And I am so excited. So thank you. You're such a valuable contribution to the industry. And I'm just grateful for the amount of time that you shared with this group here. So we're all family. We say welcome home. So thank you so much. Y'all give it up in the chat.
If they need to get hold to me, my information is up.
Yes, Facebook, Ava Freeman and Co., right?
Yes, Ava Freeman. Yes, ma'am, Ava Freeman. If you need to email me, you're looking for a speaker, Ava Freeman Co. at Gmail. Ava Freeman Co. at Gmail. I appreciate every last one of you.
This is amazing. The chat is going off. It says, thank you, Ms. Ava, for great information. Thank you for sharing. Gregory says, wonderful. Thank you. Adrian said, thank you. It was a blessing. Thanks for your transparency. Curl says, straight from the throne room. All right. Chiquita says, so good. Thank you. You're getting a lot of claps. Thank you, Charlene. Ebonique says, thank you so much. Harris says, awesome. We have a Zoom user that says, thank you. You got some tools in the chat. They appreciate you. Great job from Angela. Great job from Christy. Y'all are amazing. Great job, great job, great job. While you were speaking, so many tools. Dunn says thank you, Tutu.
Hi, Dawn. Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Rashawn
you, Miss
says thank
Kendall.
you. Yes, Miss Kendall. Sonia
Yes.
says thank you. Candace, thank you. Oh my goodness. Kenya, thank you. Olga, thank you. Rachel, thank you. Premier Cosmetology, amen. Preach, honey. Yes. So iPhone, Sue Ann says, yes, we are the doctors. Yes. Avita
Yes, you
says,
are.
preach it, sister. And so just so amazing. Thank you guys for all the comments. Thank you guys for the tools and continued blessings from Miss Jacqueline. And Kaiser says, thank you. We appreciate you. So let this chat be an example of the love that we have for you. So thank you. And we hope that you come back and see us again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Awesome. If you will stick around for a moment, y'all, we
sure
are getting
am.
ready to go to lunch. We're getting ready to go to lunch, and we're going to hit lunch right at 12 o'clock, okay? And we're going to be back at 1 o'clock. When you guys come back, we're going to move straight into PSI summarize, PSI updates, and then we're going to move into digital classroom before we see our next coach, Coach Gary, okay? And so our next coach is coming around 3 o'clock. So I got 2 hours, and I really want to squeeze. Look, let me stop sharing, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Not only do I talk a lot, not only do I talk, and over prepare sometimes. Y'all, I have so much I want to share. Like, yeah, okay. And so we'll go to lunch, we'll come back, do summarize PSI, and then we'll jump into our digital classrooms. And from there, if we still got a little more time, we'll jump into Speak, Teach, and Learn and talk a little bit more about communication. And from there, we'll have Mr. G, Coach G, and we will summarize and prepare to head out with our graduation. Did y'all think I was gonna spend 16 hours with us? Look, we the queen of crossing over, okay? And I'm excited, I'm pumped. But y'all about to graduate today. BELC 2024, hashtag BELC Tennessee. Y'all have a blessed and amazing lunch. I see y'all about one. Let's do 1:05. Okay, everybody be back by 1:05. I'm gonna keep this up. Camera's going down. Also, audio's going down.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ava. Everybody,
thank you, Miss Disney. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Miss Kendall. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Y'all have a blessed lunch. Welcome back. Who made it halfway? You made it halfway. Let's go, guys. Welcome back from lunch. Y'all know what it is. It's the roll call. Whose song is this? This somebody jam right here. And then why somebody want to call me when y'all get y'all jam on? Hold on, I'll be right.
Yay, Destiny, that's my song. I get my dance on.
Get your dance on. I'm adding to my list. Okay, whole little jam. I've never heard this whole song. Okay.
That might like mom to y'all.
Every single way. God made the universe, knows me by my name, so it's a good day.
Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, welcome back. Everybody know what to do. Awesome. Yes, yes. About to have a new theme song up in here, a new playlist playing in the car. I love it. I did add Marvin Sapp to the playlist. Whoop, whoop. And Bill Withers to the playlist. This is Good Day by Forrest Frank. Whose song was that? All right, people are still coming in, and let me pull up this summarized PSI. I love it. A good day. Okay. A good day. They don't replay? All right, guys. All right, let me give you this disclaimer. I've been checking my emails, hoping to hear something from Sean or anybody from PSI. So, maybe about 2 years, maybe 3 years, I've been trying to get updated summary from PSI for state board testing. We really haven't had anything since the new thing came about in 2022, where the new focus on sanitation, things of that nature. I had to go in for my CEU last month, and to my surprise, he was a guest speaker inside this CE. And I'm wondering, like, how come, no one else has been able to get information? And the communication is just not where it is. And so if it wasn't for me taking pictures and just gathering info while he was doing the presentation, we wouldn't have anything. And I've asked the next step when I go to the board, I'm literally asking the board, how do we get more communication from PSI? Because I don't know if it's just me, but there's a barrier. That's a barrier for me when I cannot have access to the testing facility, and not facility, but the testing agency to answer questions and things of that nature. And in that training that he was in Mr. James' training. In that training, he talked about that there were tutorial videos about packing the kits, and I fell on the floor. I don't know if anyone knows that there were tutorial videos for packing the kits. I could have saved a whole lot of brain power. But there are videos for packing the kit. There's this presentation. I didn't make this up. So there's a presentation that half of the CE providers, only one of the CE providers have access to. And that has become a serious issue for me, because I like to make sure my students have the most relevant and up-to-date information. And so what I'm presenting to you came from less than 30 days ago when I sat in a CE presentation class. And so I did follow up with Roxana, and I will let you guys know how that goes. This presentation was supposed to be emailed to all of the attendees of that continuing education class, and I have yet to receive it. And if I would have received it, I would have presented it to you guys. So soon as I get it, just know that we're locked in. I will send it over to you. But as a school owner and educator, I have a serious issue with not being able to get clarity on certain things related to the state board. That's my 2 cents. That's what I'm gonna give. And then I'm also going to share everything that I remember about this training. This presentation that I created, this PowerPoint slide, can be sent over to you as well. All right, so everything can be sent over. You can see the date and time stamped and on my screenshots and things of that nature. So, and I screenshotted it. They was like, you don't have to screenshot it because I want to send the video, but I hadn't received, not the video, the presentation. I haven't seen anything. So yeah, I like to present a well put together presentation, and I don't think this does it justice. So that's why I called it a summarize. I took what I had to give you something, and you guys could go from there. I do have email and phone numbers and stuff on there where you can press for those tutorial videos, and for ask him if you can, if you have access to Sean, to send you the presentation. That's exactly what I'm gonna do every day is to please, again, send me the presentation. And when I get a response, I will send it out to you guys, not a problem. Okay, so let's go over what I had. And this PSI, this is just a summarized presentation composed by the BELC. The director of PSI is Sean Conder, and this is his email, sconder@psionline.com. And as you can see, he was at the bottom of this video, bottom of this presentation here. This was some of the discussions that was talked about. Some of the discussions that were talked about, Tennessee testing stats, test taker guides, test taker accounts, testing site locations, accommodations, score reports, prepaid testing vouchers, and portal and overview. So those were some of the things that, thank you, Rashawn, for coming back in. Miss Candace says PSIs are rough to deal with here in Texas. Okay, thank you. It's not just us. Okay, thank you. And so that's his email. The only thing I can say, he said send stuff to Daphne as well. I think most of us know, if you school ownership teachers that send off students for testing, you know Daphne. But I've yet to receive information. All right. And so this is PSI school user information email. This is another email. They are releasing a portal, Tennessee portal access. And they said that we will have notification of that this month. I have yet to receive notification of it. So this is the young lady or male, I'm not sure, with that access information. Taylor, TAYLOR .White, WHITE @psionline.com. When you email Taylor, school name, school code, school mailing address, and email address. She wants you to include 3 users that have access to this account. So every school will have a portal access. Supposedly it's supposed to be easier, where she's gonna set it up. We'll go in, and 3 staff members will have access to go in, put students in, do whatever we need to do, considered a house for Tennessee. It says your school will be added to access your school's portal with the information provided. Only authorized users with accurate information can be provided access to your student information. So this is going to be great for the schools owners that are on board, and for the educators, directors that work in that aspect of putting students in the PSI. Please make sure you have her email down. So request to be put in the portal, but also he stated that it would be a information, it would be an information email sent out in the month of November. So we still have a couple more days left. All right. This was also a slide. He said, who creates the student testing account? The account may be completed by the test taker or a school representative. So please keep in mind, once the account is created, all correspondence from PSI will go to the email listed on the account. The account email must be a permanent email address that belongs to the student and not the school. All right. So if we are setting up the student's account, we have to use that student email, and communication will go from PSI to the student. Okay. So the student calls the school about something related to PSI. Well, PSI will not, our job is done. We put them in. And so it's communication going forward from the student to PSI. It says on occasion, an email from PSI will go to junk or spam folder. It's important to make the student aware to check these folders periodically to ensure the emails about their testing are addressed. Once created and scheduled, PSI will email the schedule to the email provided in the account. So emergencies that may hinder your test date are emailed, and a PSI customer support representative will contact the number listed on the account. So making sure that the numbers and emails are working. They're great, good numbers that they can contact the students on. Okay. And so that is, I know for us, we put them in and it sends email to the students and you're ready to set up your account. And from there, the student communicates with scheduling. Creating a student testing account. So pretty much he was showing us where do we go and the available tests. Says approved test takers need to create a test taker account with PSI and register to test. So for us, once we put them in, it gives the student notification that you can come and create your account and you can schedule. And from there, he's pointing to what test the student should be scheduling. Okay, so apprenticeship, make sure they're going to the apprenticeship, and for traditional, they're going to traditional, and they can also select the language as well. And then you choose how do you want the test delivered, whether it's going to be on site or on site in a test center or online at home or school. He also talked about the industry partners that PSI has now connected with, called the Collective. Okay. And this collective is dedicated to supporting the push for natural hair and texture braiding education. Okay. And so the next two slides are going to talk about that. So the Texture Education Collective, that was those group of partners. Pretty much those industry professionals are going to be working together to elevate the industry by pushing the notion of more texture training, more natural hair training, things of that nature. So the Texture Education Collective is an alliance of professional hair industry leaders working together to influence cosmetology state board licensing requirements and curriculums to be inclusive of all hair textures and all hair types. We envision an inclusive professional hair industry for all, from behind the chair and beyond. So you guys are probably going to see this collective push state boards to incorporate like a mandate to teach texture styling. It's already happened in some states. And so with us, we have a natural hair license, but for some states that do not, there are some states that are already mandated. Recently, law passed that they have to incorporate texture styling, okay, and texture education. So that's something that's, if you're looking to see what's on the forefront of the industry, pushing that initiative is on the forefront. He also listed this particular slide, and it says 75% of stylists want more training in how to style textured hair. 66% of high fashion biopic models have experienced a hairstylist who was unable to cater to their hair texture. 65% of the world's consumer population have textured hair, resulting in a market of 1 billion people. And so they're using logistics and facts that there's a gap and education is needed, and 1 billion people have textured hair, so there should be some texture focused education. So definitely you're going to see that come around. Sometimes you just have to say, I'm going to be quiet. Destiny, you're here to teach. You're here to repeat. So let me move forward. So here were some stats. Okay, here were some statistics that he gave, and I was able to catch barbering, cosmetology, aesthetics, and we will have to reach out for nails and a few others. That lashes, we got to reach out for that. So this is a Tennessee average difficulty by topic area, and it's comparing 23 versus 24 past percentages. Okay, so for now, for all my barbers, here's something to look at: master barber topic area. So in 23, you had a 58%, and 24, you have a 62%. So in chemical services, it looks like barbers are doing just a little bit better, but still under the 70 percentile in chemical services. Client consultation, 71%. And in 24, we've increased to 78% in client consultation. Hair, scalp, and skin analysis, 63%. And we've increased to 68%, still under 70% passing ratio. Hair cutting, 60%, and increased 66%. Hairstyling, 71%, and has increased 79%. Safety and infection control, 67%, and has increased 72%. And so with our barbers, although we have this education, these numbers here, we see where we are, had some improvement, and we see the areas that we definitely need to work on. So that's for the master barber topic areas. Cosmetologist topic areas. In 23, chemical services were 68, and we're still at a 68 in 2024. Client consultation was 73, and we've lost a point. So we're at 72% when it comes to consultation. Hair removal, 77%, and we are still remaining at 77% in 2024. Hair, scalp, and skin analysis, 76%, and we're still remaining 76%. Hair cutting, 65%, and we've only increased by 1 point, 66%. Hairstyling, 83%, and we are maintaining hairstyling. This is a pass percentage for 2024 at 83%. So this is a good aspect for those cosmetology teams to say, hey, these are the areas that they are graded on for state board, and you can see where the increases and decreases are as far as pass rates. Natural hair topic areas for those that have natural hair programs, braids and braid extensions. Braids and braid extensions, 71%, 23, and maintaining at a 71% for 2024. Hairstyling, 68%, and increased one percentage for 69% in 2024. Sanitation, disinfection, and safety, 83%, and we're maintaining 83% in 2024. The same for shampooing and conditioning hair at 79%, and we are maintaining 79% in 2024. Licensing, 78%, and we are maintaining licensing and at 78%. The pass rate has been a 64%, and it has been an equal for 2024. So remember our conversation where I talked about meeting with somebody at Milady with concerns about the natural hair textbook and improvements on that. And I'm definitely concerned. I have a natural hair course, so I'm definitely concerned about these percentages as well. And I'm gonna go to the chat. I have a Premier. I have a friend of mine who was also on, and she is sending me some information as well. I will send it directly over to you guys. I hope it's in the next 48 hours. I can include it in this presentation and send it over to you. I can update the presentation and answer your question and send it over to you. Tennessee average difficulty, Barbara instructor topic areas. When you know what, Premier, I just saw that. You just see where it had licensing. There's no licensing on practical. This is probably a theory component. That's my opinion. What do you guys think? It's probably theory results. But let's confirm. Okay, thank you, Charlene. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, Barbara instructor topic areas. Classroom management, 75 to 77%. Curriculum and lesson plans. Well, let me go back. Classroom management, 75 was an increase of 2%. So for 2024, curriculum and lesson plans is an equal 70% throughout 23 and 24. Learning and communication, 71% in 23, and lost the percentage in 2024 at 70%. Student evaluation and testing. Please mute as you come on. Student evaluation and testing method, 67%, and it equals that in 2024. Teaching methods, 88% in 23, and lost the percentage in 24 at 87%. State laws and rules, 10 questions. We are equal 73% for 23 and 24. The pass percentage for Barbara instructor topic areas is 77% across 2023 and 2024. All right, guys, good job. Esthetician topic areas, advanced treatments. In 2023, we did 62%. We only increased at 2024, 1%, 63%. Client consultation, 71%. And in 2024, it was 72%. Hair removal, 83% in 2023, and we're going down at 82% in 2024. Safety and infection control, we're at 79% and in 2023 and 80% in 2024. Not much of an increase considered the major focus for Tennessee has been hygiene, sanitation. I'm letting somebody in. Skin analysis has been an equal a balance of 78% across the board for 2023 and 2024. And then skincare itself at 72% lost a percentage in 24 to 71%. This is great information, guys, to take back to your teams and really to sit back and say, do we need to spend more time in certain areas? I'm literally reflecting because this is a course that I carry. And although we do have passed a lot of students who pass their exam, I I still am a stickler for the score. So although they pass the exam, I would like these scores to be higher, and we all need the scores to be higher to make sure we stay under away from a deregulation radar. He spoke about the eyelash, Tennessee Eyelash Specialist Test Taker Guide. And so the lash licensure law just came into effect and celebrated like a year in July. So we're close to a year and a half of having an eyelash specialist license here in Tennessee, and still new to a lot of people. And so he did go over a little bit of that. I'm checking it. Yeah, 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 yeah. I am reviewing Pivot Point at the time. At this time. Okay, he talked about the national practical content outline. Of course, having major focus on workplace infection control precautions, and for your students reading the important guidelines, the PSI National Practical Test Guidelines, just reading it, making sure there was an emphasis that the schools are putting an emphasis on the workplace infection control precautions, okay? And just making sure the students are following suit. Also, this is very interesting. He had this picture. This is acceptable for their kits for wipes. You don't have to have the container, but you can have wipes in a Ziploc bag, and you can go on barberside.com and print the label out for Barberside wipes. Okay. Everyone should know now that you have to have the label for your wipes, and then those wipes must be virucidal, bactericidal, and fungicidal. So just a tip, especially for the new people coming in, Clorox wipes, Fabuloso wipes, things like that, they're not going to be able to take those labels to stay board. You have to, it says it in the booklet, that we need to make sure that those wipes cover bactericidal, fungicidal, and virucidal. Go into the chat. A copy of the scores are sent monthly or every other month to like directors. And so if your directors don't have them, yeah, you might have to go to the directors or Daphne. Daphne Schaefer. Like right now, we're trying to get in touch with Daphne or Sean, whoever call us back. And so I do know if you do like a complaint online, it goes to everybody. So I get so many of those of people who respond in a group chat, and then I get information and correspondence all the time from that. And so, yeah, I think have your people set up those portal. You may be able to have access to all of your school information from there. And that email was Taylor White, and I can make sure I go back to it so you can copy that down. But that's with the Barberside wipes. So if we weren't already doing this, he said that this was okay. Okay. He was reviewing the Master Cosmetology Theory content outline. And really, basically stating that we think we overthink a lot of things when prepping for the students. But this is why, this is also where he said there are packing videos, tutorials. And I don't know if you guys ever had or seen it, but I've never seen any videos that PSI would send out that showed us how to pack bags. We basically went through the information and process of elimination, what we needed to be in that kit in order for the students to pack a kit for PSI. And so he went through this, and with him continuously going through this, I'm just waiting on the recording from either that CE provider, or I'm waiting on the presentation, and I have mine. Okay, he continued to talk about Milady, and also pivot points being the key sources right now of where everything is coming from. If you don't know, Milady has a new barbering edition coming the first of the year. And I think for the barbers, it may be an invitation for you to kind of get a sneak peek of what's going on. But that new books and new changes have not affected Tennessee. So the test has not been affected because there's a new edition coming out. He wanted to make that clear. All right. Going over to the chat. Okay. My Lady Barber webinar is tomorrow. Are any of the PSI testers licensed in the beauty industry, or they are just professional testers? At one point, I knew of, yes, license. I knew of some licensed beauty professionals, great character, that were testers. I'm not sure if they still are. I can tell you this, that with our students in Memphis, I've had to review some stuff one night, and they left Memphis that night, headed to Nashville because they could not get, it was months before they could get somebody to test them in wow, in Memphis. And so the closest thing they could get was Nashville. And I've just had someone have to book in Knoxville as well. And so I'm not sure if there's a shortage or whatever's going on, but I can't professionally or honestly tell you if they are licensed now, but I knew of about 3 or 4 of them that had been in the industry. Okay. And so per the video, and if we get a presentation, he did talk about the topic areas in cosmetology. And I think aesthetics and lashes may have gotten it easy, and cosmetology got it a little harder, from what we were looking at. So I always tell my students, look, go get it done before they realize they let you get away with it. But he talked about some of the basic applications of these. And so as we continue to get information, I forward it over to you. Now, when it did come talk about the kit, he did say these were examples of your kit that you could bring. We have switched our students over to totes. And so we have totes for our skincare and totes for our lash students. Cautious has a whole lot of stuff, and I think they're told to be heavy. They have big bags though for cost. One thing that I deal with is my students not closing the kit, and which when we do state board prepping, they were losing the most points off of it. And I'm like, hey, what you do now, you do at state board. So we got to get that together. You can't forget that. And so I went to totes, and everybody has to have a small to medium tote, and then you have to hear the click before you walk away from that kit. Again, 80% Gen Z, I have to do what works best for them, and what works best for my crew. But all of these kits, these containers are approved. Okay, so any of these totes or bag they can use at State Board. It says the supply kit must be closed. Any type of closable container. The kit does not need to be labeled. And he has some helpful hints. Empty the task bags and throw them away. Wear gloves to disinfect. When to work and when to stop. Listen to the instructions given. So they want us to, they specifically said, tell your students to listen to what the prompters have to say, the test takers, the administrators have to say, and stop when they're supposed to stop, go when they're supposed to go. Okay. Don't do anything outside of those instructions. Things you won't find in a test taker guide: exposure procedure, supply list, hair testing procedures, and technique-based instructions. Okay. Those are things you won't find in the test taker guide. But as far as the kit, it did seem like some helpful information, that we're on the right page with the container, and they don't have to be labeled. And of course, we're wearing gloves to disinfect and making sure they pay attention and only do what they're asked to do. Okay. Here's where some points that he made about the kit. All right. You have your gloves, and then you have your, even if it's not barbicide, your disinfectant has to be labeled. It has to have the original label on there. We cannot write EPA. We cannot write disinfectant on there. It has to have the original label on there. You can go to barbicide.com and you can print that label off. It easily comes off. For the individuals who have to do nails, you need to make sure it is unopened. Unopened liquid. Make sure it's unopened. Cannot be used. Okay, they have to open it up there. I'll take the plastic off there. For the lashes or waxing or facial, we got to make sure that we're telling the students to brace the head. So one hand should be on the head and the other one should be doing whatever the technique or assignment says do. But the bracing, what this hand is doing here, and bracing is pretty much in place. If something flies and touch the eye, you got a hand free from holding anything that can kind of block something from getting in the eyes or the nose or injuring the client. So making sure that the students use their hands to brace. They're not using one hand to apply the service. With the clippers and shears and capes, he just talked about those being clean, being sanitized, and being in a whatever container they're in, labeled, dry, and clean. And when it comes to the disinfectant, he stated making sure that it's clean, making sure it's labeled, and for additional things that we don't need, don't bring them out. And one of the biggest things he did talk about was the multi-use bag and the single-use bag, making sure it stands up. Also making sure that when they take a topic bag out of the kit, nothing goes back into the kit. You're going to empty that bag in either multi-use or single-use at the time that the administrator is telling you to empty the bag. That's the end of the service. So making sure the students know what goes in multi-use and what goes in single-use, and that's stated in the booklet as well. And I think that may be our last one. So this will be sent over to you. Any information I could get from a friend of mine who does a training. And I was waiting for Sean because I want the more relevant information. I don't want to pass along anything that's too old. I want the more relevant information. So the board meeting is on the 2nd. So praying I would get the information before I go to the board meeting. But the board meeting is on the 2nd. So hopefully if I can't get it, our director will be able to get some answers for us. And so that is going to be your summarized PSI for there. I'm going to stop. A survey for the proctors. The Nashville examiners are all licensed professionals. Great. I'm in Knoxville area, and I do think these testers we're retired beauty professionals. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome. So there's good information in the chat. Y'all comment in the chat. Good information, good information. I'm going to get ready to prepare our next slide. Just continues to move forward before our next coach comes in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish it was better information, but I appreciate you. All right, let's get us some sounds. We're about to get into this digital classroom. So excited to get up on something. Let's see what we got. And I go through this and we'll take like a little break at the end of this digital classroom. And then we will have our second coach and we'll prepare to close out with our graduation. Now this is my song I added. So as I prepare my slide, this is Cicely Wilburn, In the Country. Awesome, awesome, guys. I try to get my clap on, then it sounds like the church clap, so I just stop sometimes. All right, let's move forward. We are in our digital classrooms, and y'all, we are almost there. You're talking about the third quarter. We are almost finished. All right, so woo-hoo for that. Now, this is digital classroom. This is my space. This is what I love. This is what I'm excited about. I'll be checking the chat as well. Any questions that you guys wanted to know about digital classroom management, hey, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. This is the time to get those questions asked. May just wanted to understand something. But this is digital classrooms. So let's start with embracing technology in a pandemic and post-pandemic. I think my technology level went up. I think when we couldn't have access to each other, what we had was technology. Okay, so we began to see each other and learn more about each other. I literally missed my students. I don't know how long we were out. We were out for a while. And when we came back in, it was a process of us in and out, because outbreak, we even had COVID fears, okay, like a scare. And I was like, okay, what is going on? There's so many individuals who had, um, who didn't want to be at school because they didn't know if that someone else had it, they gotta go home. Or we had individuals that had it, but they said their family didn't have it, but you gotta go home. So it was a moment that we went through that for a year. I want to say a year. It wasn't a couple of months. And so from maybe 2020 to early 2022 is probably when we started to have a handle on this thing, and just said, okay, we're just gonna roll with it. I think we're gonna be pretty good. We pray about it and keep on moving. Um, but it was definitely a trying time. I really think we embraced technology even more. So even though we had access to it, we didn't use it because we were traditionally come in the classroom every day. And I was already operating in a non-traditional manner with apprenticeship and just adding a hybrid virtual experience. It took a little while to get to, but I kept working on it. And it wasn't super hard for me, but I understand how it can be challenging. It can be a barrier for others. I totally understand it. Okay. And so what I never want to do is make something seem like super, super easy when it probably isn't for the next person. But I think anything that you want to learn and you want to grow in would definitely be available to you. You just have to have that passion also to say, hey, I want to learn. Okay. But I was going to tell you the instance, Coach G is coming in, Coach Gary is going to come in after this. And I was saying, if you can imagine where you were for when when America pretty much said, hey, we shutting down. I was getting ready to teach in New York at IBS, excited. Coach G was coming with me, so he was gonna co-teach, and he was coming in as administrator assistant. And we're in the taxi, and we get the notice on the phone. I see someone going live on Facebook, Kia Neal, and she's talking about that the job has been closed down. I said, what? And get that information to ask the taxi, the Uber lady, and she has no idea. So she got the information from us, got to our hotel in Manhattan, and when I tell you, it was flooded. Our hotel was flooded with people scrambling, trying to figure out what they were going to do next. And for us, going back to the airport did work. We were there for 4 days. And so after scrambling, trying to find flights for the first day, we were saying, hey, we're here. If New York is shut down, everybody else is going to follow New York's lead. So we should prepare our salons and schools, and kind of like we had a heads up for Tennessee. And we sat and wrote proposals on how to manage our students, how still to have a school without, how do we go past being affected deeply by this? We don't know what at this moment what this is. And I write. Only thing I know is to write proposals. And so we wrote them. I said, only thing they could do is say yay or say no. And I sent it in that night, and the next day got approvals. And I was pretty much good. We started seeking out software companies, and bam, here we are. Years later, still in what was really the foundation set over in the pandemic. And so it has become a staple in our school. And so technology is high. I tell my educators, You don't want probably don't want to come work for me. You don't probably if you don't like technology, you don't like computers, you don't like being in front of a camera, and you probably it's not the best place to be because it's going to put a high demand on those things. Okay. Um, and even post pandemic, we're still using and honing our skills in technology. And as you see at the end of this presentation, I am going to just show you an AI. And I trained a couple of schools on how to incorporate AI into your orientation just a little bit. And then pretty much they took it and ran with it. So it's amazing. But everybody feels something different about technology, and that's good. But I honestly don't think there would be any more traditional classrooms. What you see is what you get. Okay. As far as we ever going back 100% to traditional classrooms, I don't think so. I want to open the chat up. I want you to light the chat up. How do you guys feel about virtual training? How do you feel about technology in the schools, working with technology? Anybody have any challenges with technology? Do you feel that traditional classrooms are going to come back? How do you feel about it? I want you to drop in the chat. This is going to be our interactive moment. Haven't been really interactive in the chat, but everybody, I'm looking for your comment. I'm looking for your 2 cents, your 3 cents, your 35 cents. How do you feel about technology? Is it being introduced? Are you getting any training on it? Are you self-training yourself and then having to bring it to your school? If you are, that's amazing. I personally always say there will be no more traditional classrooms as we knew them back 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. Okay. We have to do going back, and we can't go back. Okay. So I know there's traditional classrooms now, but I don't think we'll ever go back to just a 9 to 5. That's my opinion. What do you guys think? Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Your first online CE was doing the shutdown. Okay. Switching devices. Gotcha, Miss Candice. Technology education is a must. Yes. Loving being able to use virtual classroom 1 day a week to focus on theory. Yes. Technology is here to stay. Yes, Rachel. I'm with you. Laptops at schools, great. No traditional classroom, not a thing anymore. No, especially when we already know who's gonna be the who's gonna populate the US. We've already matched that for 2020. Also, who's gonna have the most money and their technology focus. We can't go back. We'll lose them. They're built their own, and they will go. Yeah, you love it at TLI. Okay. Technology in the class is a plus. Yes. O'Hara said he's good at technology. Traditional classrooms are moving into a thing of the past. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I know, Nikisha. Yeah, that in person is good. Man, oh my, I know, Nikisha. I love it in person too, but I still have to get that technology on. It can make you a little lazy. I'm gonna say that, guys. But let me tell you what my retirement goal is. This is why I was contemplating jumping on a plane to Jamaica. I could do this from anywhere. Who would want that freedom? And I'm here to empower educators, literally. I worked 40, 45 hours in schools. I love it. I've done my time. And now, whatever I teach, I want to be able to teach it from anywhere. I don't want those constraints. So yeah, I could have did this from another country if but it was a storm gonna be around that area and I didn't want to get trapped over there. And I need, for what I need great internet access. Yes. Dawn says she has a hybrid classroom, so you have to have the best of both worlds. Yes, I love it. There is a place for both, Jasmine. You're absolutely right. Christy says technology is here to stay. I am high school and I use Google Classroom daily. Great, great. Um, Actually, guys, I am switching from just increasing. I'm switching from Zoom next year when I do my trainings over to more. I'm gonna pay more for it, but it's gonna give me a better outcome as far as uh, live streaming. So I'm choosing a more sophisticated live stream next year that's gonna be better for my business. Okay. Um, Don says she uses computers. Yeah, Nakisha said, yeah, your hands on. Melanie says, I was a master makeup artist at Dillard's at that time, and I would teach skincare and makeup on Zoom every week. Oh, that's awesome. I know the customers appreciated that. And they participated and loved it. Yeah, Jacqueline says students know more about technology than we do. It's a plus for cosmetologists. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think during that era of pandemic, COVID, whatever we're calling it, it made a lot of individuals, professional barbers and stylists get their game together, get their business together from that, from booking, putting policies in place. I really think it upgraded the industry in that part. Um, Now, some people have taken advantage of it and policies be longer than the textbook. But for the most part, the ones that really work it, I think it brought more attention to better business. Like he said, now I know how my Meemaw felt with computers when they first came out. Definitely. Carol says, technology is amazing. Candace Collins says, I came from a traditional classroom and moved to a hybrid classroom at a different school, and I had to try to adapt to it. Now I'm teaching at a school that only offers traditional classroom teaching. So paper tests and the whole 9 yards, and I find myself wanting so bad. I got it, Candace, to do hybrid so they can do their tests and book work online. It's much more paperwork for me teaching in a traditional classroom. Candace, my sister, I get it. One of the reasons that I like this virtual technology space is because I had a goal of being a paperless campus. I had a goal of being a paperless campus. And sometimes when you're a one woman, two, three, really we're three, 4-person team running all aspects of a beauty school. I want to be over here in Memphis, and I want to make sure my student in Nashville gets the same opportunity to test, the same opportunity to have the information, and that we're all on the same platform. I want to make sure we're all on the same platform, not all over the place. And it allows whatever happens with Carla, I'm able to open up the files and see everything. SEMA and even MindTap before would grade the exams, and it took the grading from the teachers or the junior instructors. It was amazing. Now my students do come in to test. That's the most reliable testing I can offer. We do study guides together. We're able to do games. They have access to every chapter has a PowerPoint and a slide or some kind of slide or information, a study guide to it. We even got the thing with Milady where you can create the study guide and send the students a link. And so the students could do like sample testing, practice testing, and when they're finished, it compares, it shows them what they made. And if I can mark it as a test if I want to, and it'll send the grade to me. So I don't have to deal with paper, okay? But also it takes me having to reinforce information. I found that I have to reinforce and break down the information because you have Gen Z who's in my classroom now, and then you have they finished high school during this pandemic. And so a lot of things that would have connected between 10th and 12th grade just hasn't connected yet. And I find myself being okay with, I'm here for you. I don't want you to feel like you're in this thing by yourself. My job, I'm here for you. Whatever you need me to explain, I've told most of you guys that too. Whatever you need me to explain, I'm here for you. You have any questions, give me a call back. You can pick up the phone. That's just something relatable I like to have and share with my students. It's natural because the more they understand it, the easier this flow gonna be. Okay. And I get on them the same if they were in the classroom or not. They still have practice, they still have breaks, they still have to turn in work, they still have breakout sessions. And when we are in-house, they're so excited to be in-house with each other. This is where they communicate. Oh, I didn't know you were that tall, or I didn't know you were that short, or now I see your face. I always see your face in a different light. And so it's always good for them to be in. And when they're in the building, I can concentrate on all of their hands-on training. And I do a slight review because we alternate days in and out, but I do a slight review, kind of like what we did in high school, like bell work. I do a slight review, answer questions, clarify anything that was misunderstood, and then we'll go into our hands-on training. So we found something that works for us. So it works for me. And Tennessee doesn't allow 100%. And even one aspect of our school going into continuing education, I'm going to offer 100% virtual for licensed professionals. There's no licensure requirements that we need for that. And so once again, it gives me the flexibility in life. I woke up one day and I went to a family event, and everybody was saying, you remember, you remember? I was like, I don't remember. And the one reason why I don't remember, because I was never at the events. I was working. I wasn't in any of the memories. And so from that day forward, whatever it takes to make my life more flexible, that I can spend more time with my family, not be stressed with work and assignments. But if I can have everything in a digitized space and technology there, and I can just go to it and it reduces stress, I'm down for it. That's what I do. That's exactly what I do. 100% virtual licensed professional. Maybe a little too wordy, but right now Tennessee has standards for licensure. You're getting licensure. Once you're licensed, Tennessee is one of those states that have yet to put in place continued education for regular licensed professionals. We have continuing education for instructors, but there's no set requirements for those individuals that just have a single license. And so if they want advanced training, I do have classes, or will continue to build those classes for those individuals that say, hey, yes, I'm licensed in aesthetics, but I would like to have more training on laser. If I have an advanced aesthetics laser course, then they can come in and go through that advanced aesthetics course. And you have people all the time that do lash classes, that do different trainings, but it should be particularly focused to licensed professionals, not just anybody entering the field of cosmetology or barbering through fraud in perpetration of a license, receiving money and not license. But we don't be ready for those conversations, so we don't turn people in. That's a whole nother, that's a whole nother class. But yeah, no more traditional classroom. So we have to adapt. And I've had senior, older very sassy senior, like really beautiful. I love these educators. You know how we need more educators like that. And I feel like there's been our educators that have been around that has that seniority in years, that years and years and years, that during this pandemic time, they retired. And it leaves a gap, so we have to go in and fill the gap and kind of bring everybody up to where we are. And I was telling maybe one or two individuals, they were older and they were not used to technology, and they said, "Hey, I'm gonna come over there and help you." And I was like, "It's amazing. You can come and be a support. You can come and be a mentor, but I'm not gonna be able to put you in a classroom because you're afraid of technology." And so you can't be afraid of technology with 80% student base of 16 to 24-year-olds. Okay. And so that's absolutely not gonna work. They will probably walk out because they're like, I can't take this anymore. Next, it said, what ways have each of you embraced technology? Have anyone taken any classes? Most of the time when you upgrade your phone, it's almost like you're forced into this new update of technology. And then it says, were there any initial concerns in the early process of you adapting to technology? I know one individual said that her first CE, she took it during that pandemic area. And look at us now, Tennessee opened up for this to happen. I've only had one CE in person. And this is another reason why I want to have the focus group, because I would like to do a CE in person again, but this just works for everybody. It works for everybody. But I would like to, I really enjoyed that CE in person. It was amazing. I used to always enjoy the ones that I went to, but everybody is choosing the best and the best position right now, which is virtual. You guys that are in like Knoxville don't have to drive to Memphis or Nashville. I don't have to drive and things of that nature. Yeah, yeah. Awesome, awesome. So, and yeah, healing, healing, healing. Yeah, you don't need to travel. So this is convenient. Just open it up, you know? Um, and then are there any concerns now? If you're teaching, you're in a classroom, just light my chat up, light the chat up. Are there any concerns now when it comes to digital classrooms? For me, let me go first, y'all. I'm a educated in and out, all the way through. When I hear those results, to know we've had a whole year and we're failing, that really makes me ponder, like, what are we doing? Like, where's the gap? And so, yes, digital classrooms are beneficial, but they could do better. They could do better. And I'm always thinking, how can I really push the education, the learning aspect inside of this digital classrooms? And that's adapting more apps, that is doing more reviews, not just leaving it up to them to do the work and then turn it in, but actually I find myself going back and saying, hey, let's break that down. Run that by me again. That was really nice. It was really good, but run that by me one more time. Okay. And this is what I have to do too. Even though we have these digital classrooms, I've noticed that in a couple of my students that they are very visual. So I do have to have the goal is we should not be talking without something on the screen, and the screen needs to have some color to it. So every time that I am having a visual class, as part of my toolkit, I need to have a presentation ready with pictures and with color. Seriously. Miss Candace, one of my educators would say, this class doesn't care where you are. If you have to have a class, you're not allowed to teach a class and just talk to the boxes. Remember who we are teaching. You have to always keep that in mind. Even if I have baby boomers, they're going to get bored just looking at boxes. You have to have something on the screen. Okay. And so it's going to help the stimuli, and it's going to eye movement, a vibration, tone, music, things of that nature. All of that comes together and gives us learning. So in the digital space, what I've had to do was come off the digital space. We can watch a million videos, but as my students are going over the practical, I tell them to talk to me. Talk to me. If I did not have sight and could not see you, talk to me and tell me, walk me through what you're doing. So if this is the procedure 7-1 that we've been talking about and reviewing in the virtual classroom, and you had assignment on this, you know how to do it, but I need you to talk me through it. What are we doing in this step? And I find myself doing that a lot to my students just to reiterate that they really know the information. And if there's any gaps, I find that it's opportunities to teach. And I probably get on some of them their nerves, but the goal is to make them a nerd. The goal is literally not to leave myself out there by myself. Is to make them know as much as possible as far as terms, because when they get over to state board prep, all of that stuff, when they close their computer, all of that stuff goes away. I need them to be familiar with words, just as if we were in the house and we were in person. I need to put that same experience of them having those aha moments inside of that digital classroom. So it's going to be all of what the instructor initiates. And if you let it just go and say, hey, y'all just go in, do the assignment 1 through 4, post it, and then go ahead and start reading or do the next assignment. If you just leave it like that, there's no reinforcement of the knowledge. And so there will probably be lower test scores. Let's look at digital classrooms, interactive social platform, and teacher-led instruction. So I don't leave it up. We should not leave it up to programs, just students to log on to do things, because what happens, it really shows that the educator is not needed. So if the students can do this and they don't need the educator, that kind of eliminates your position. And so we need to make sure your position is very valuable. So we need to make sure every time we open this digital classroom that it is a teacher-led instruction. You are still the leader. You are still the top of the class. You're giving the instruction in a digital space, all right? Which hence says I'm valuable and I'm needed. And it's an interactive social platforms. And so, which means, y'all, we've jumped from website to YouTube video all the way around. We're moving around. Let's look at hybrid online and what that defines as. A hybrid approach to course delivery combines face-to-face classroom instruction with online activities. Okay, this approach reduces the amount of seat time in a traditional face-to-face course and moves more of the course delivery online. During classroom instruction time, students can be engaged in authentic, collaborative learning experiences. All right, breakout rooms, partners, switch them up if you want to. What I have found is hybrid online or the virtual has now become part of that flexibility. When I was in traditional schools, I found that my seniors, or I found that seniors in other areas or whatever, they will have a tendency of wanting to have difficulty, or they would give up, or have just issues crossing the line because they felt like doing the same thing every day. We come in here, they're tired of seeing those four walls for 12 to 18 months. And so I can't tell anyone how to run their programs, but when you're given that information to know, hey, this is where everything is going, you have to at least consider what is the how are we able to continue to thrive in this this area of growth? Are we going to be eliminated, or are we going to keep going? Okay. So many people passed up on buying Apple, buying Google, and things of that nature. They didn't think it was going to really do anything. And look at Yahoo now, you know? And so we can't ignore it because it's something new. What we have to figure out is, okay, if I don't use all of it, but what are some parts that we can use to help enhance and cater to this group that we have? So digital classrooms. I know one school, they're just getting their first computer. It's a step, but they got to catch up getting their first computer. Okay. But the students have had many computers for years in their phones. So the students who are more tech savvy than the staff, and you want to say, just in that space. So we got to stay relevant. We got to catch up. Let's look at digital classroom, how to manage a digital classroom. Y'all, I'm still managing. I'm still managing. I'm not worried about the hat that I see someone that may wear. It doesn't bother me. I'm worried about if that person is behind that camera. What are you doing? Are you paying attention to me? So yeah, we have roll calls. I have something that says show up and show out. And show up and show out is cameras on all night. Cameras on all night. And they're looking around like, who messed it up for us? And even if I said, I'm doing a presentation and you can cut your camera off because I can't see you anyway. If you're not responding when I ask for you, or you don't do your role, you're immediately dropped off Zoom. And with you being dropped off Zoom, there's no coming back on during the class. And so the students end up, losing time. So you need to be there. You need to be present. Introducing your class to their devices. Yes, we do a tour of their devices, from phones to laptops. I asked the students, the class that just started, to bring an electronic device. If you're going to be part of this virtual component, what are you using? What are you going to log in with? And so some brought laptops, some brought phones, tablets. And so we just went one by one and went through them and said, okay, save this. This is where you're going to go. Because it's going to make it easier for everybody if we can all jump on and be on, and then we can get started. You got to learn the environment. In learning the environment, you're able to say, hey, certain things you don't do in the digital space. We learn, when I say environment, also with time. I also have to learn an environment because I have to set guidelines. What we can do, what they have access to, and what they don't have access to. Okay. So with our Zoom, when we had that all Spanish Cosmo class, we had the liaison in, but also the Zoom translated into Spanish. But it translated all of the words. And so words that it could not understand, it would get jumbled up. So with my educator that did not speak, you can tell when someone speaks and they open, their mouth, or they open and pronounce their words, and the words come out clear and they're transcribed on the other side as clear. But when you have someone that gets comfortable on one side and they're used to just kind of slowing their words or binding them together a little bit, it does not translate on the other side. It cannot be transcribed. And so just knowing that we did that, for the team, in our team training, we practice pronunciation and talking clearly, that if we're talking, it can be picked up and then captioned on the other side. So that's one of the things that we did. And it really did improve, because sometimes we do get a little lazy in our speech. It really did improve. And setting guidelines, of course, what the students can do, what they cannot do. For us, we have a virtual clock in on an app, and they have limited access to that. Okay. In order to clock in, your GPS, your location has to be on. Are they always going to be where they're supposed to be? No. But for the most part, the address you tell us where you're going to be, if I feel like it's suspect, I'm going to check the location. I'm going to check the location. And sometimes I was like, because that's a whole lot. No, the board holds me responsible for every hour that a student receives. So I need to make sure they're getting that hour and they're not cheating to get that hour. And so assigning student roles, even on in the virtual classroom, we have a sanitation captain. Tonight is Monday night. So tonight, one of our students that will be in the building, she's in charge of motivation. So sometimes we can give the students the roles that the instructor would usually take on. All right. And they'll be able to interact and go back and forth. And so it's not just quiet on the other side. Okay. Going over to the chat. Okay. Class love making presentation videos, demonstrating and explaining their practice in real time. Yes. Since a lot of our students do not have computer or internet, what are some things we could do to bring them in? I have a Shark Tank project and have a lot they have to do to work only at school, and they are only there 2 days a week. Wow. Okay, so are you able to do interpersonal groups, or is it Sue-Ann, is it a personal one-on-one, just one person assignment, or is it a project where it can be 2 or more people in the group?
It's a personal project. Each one of them has to build a business, and there's a lot to it. So they have to figure out marketing and where they're going to build it and that kind of stuff. Okay.
I did a Starbucks date, Barnes and Noble date. We even did library. And so where there's books available, and so giving them those resources, hey, if you can get to a library, they're gonna have to do the old-fashioned way, is the reading and the research.
That was literally what we just ran into with my last class. And I was like, okay, well, there's a will, there's a way. And I gave them all the options of where they could go, but it was not received very well.
I know, sometimes they try to get out of it. Let me ask the question. Do they have cell phones?
Oh, yes. All of them have cell phones.
Oh, they have mini computers.
Well, that's what I say too.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, as an option, they have the information. If I will let you see it in Canva. In Canva, we have a team account. Maybe less than $15 a month. Okay. So we have a team account, and so we can change the size of any of our, whatever we create, we can change the size of it. I do have Walgreens in here as a resource, but if you're on your phone and they create a collage or create whatever, they can send it over to Walgreens and it can be printed in poster how big they want it or how small they want it or
Yes,
photo.
we have gone over that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
just think we have very stubborn children, or excuse me,
yeah.
ladies in my class.
They're gonna you gotta put in some work. You're gonna have to put in some work. But that's one reason I asked, was it an individual project or was it something that they could do together? And then if it's something they could do together, I would definitely, we're not grading on a curve. I need all of these materials. I need all of these components asked for because everybody's gonna have to do the work. So if they have their phones, they can do the research. And that is just one thing they're going to be able to do, because it may be that they are probably trying to throw as many curveballs as possible to not be able to do the work or get away with a pass or something. But I don't know that student body. But
I do
yeah,
understand that a lot of them may not have internet. That much I do get, but they still have
yeah,
other
I get
places
it.
they go to. So
Yeah. And if possible, I don't know if you can sit back and say, hey, let's, you know, how they have cocktail hours, power hour, or an hour after school, or some kind of way. Can you find like a happy hour that you only have an hour, guys? Let's get as much as you can printed, let's get as much as you can researched, and just to see how well they do in that hour. And so you can get your items printed and then you have to go home and finish the project. And so maybe it's something that the team can come up with that'll help them out as well. I know for me, I've had students send me their research and I would print it because I know they didn't have the access at home, but they would still have to do the work. Um, and keeping the students' attention interactive. I give them assignments. I'm calling names. You never know when I'm going to call your name. I do some peer training as well. I do encourage peer training, and every student has the ability to jump in and take part in the peer training. And I found that even though we can present the information to really hone in, they learn better from their friends. And so one of the things we do is have sanitation captain or sanitation queen. That person is in charge of once the instructor gives the go ahead, the supervising, making sure her friends do what they're supposed to do. And that person has a little power on the Zoom as well, because they would ask about supplies. They will also ask about, are your kids clean? Make sure your kids clean because you don't know when they'll get checked. And so that person just have just a little bit of reinforcement for them. And then they make sure that all my stuff is good. I may also have the students do roll call. So I want to put it back into their hands, still kind of, it's turning how I want to turn, but still put it back into their hands and get their attention. Yeah, Premier says we have had a lot of salons reach out and let us know that students that have virtual schooling don't know how to do most things in their field or basic things like talking with a client. Yes. So those skits, that's exactly what I was saying, Premier. Even though the digital classroom is convenient and it's amazing, I did notice that it may be a pushover on the stuff that they really need. Okay, so that's why I reinforce and ask them, explain it to me. What step goes next? Why should we do this? And so it may seem like it's annoying to my students, but I'm making sure that when you go to the next step, they know that where you came from, you learned something. So that's my thing too. What do you mean, Lois Bryant? You don't see your name? You have to place your name in the chat along with your license number for roll call. Okay.
Okay.
Mhm. Welcome back also. And so we have to continuously be in a place of, even though this is an area of convenience, that means there's a little bit more work on the reinforcement and the teaching. So the teaching cannot light up. The teaching has to increase. We have to increase that. And so with this part of the digital classroom, keep moving. Any pauses, you're going to lose them. You already know that 8-second matter. But if you also have working adults, you're going to lose them. You got to keep it energized. So that's why I bring in video with my classes. Bring in video. I'm going to bring in guest speaker. And think about this, guys. I have over 5,000 friends on Facebook. Most of us do. Numerous of people that follow me. When you travel and teach, you meet people all over the world. If I need somebody to come in, we tend to know when the students are kind of tired of hearing our voice all the time. And so you want to mix it up and bring somebody else in. And even if it's a specialty or something they like, I would plan a guest speaker into the classrooms. And we've even had live demos in the virtual classroom. The teachers were in Tampa, or they were in Little Rock. And so I reach out to my friend list as support. And I just had someone say, if you need me, just let me know. Oh, I'm calling you. I'm definitely going to call you. I may ask what your specialty is. And I'm just gathering up information. And when it's time to plan, I'm going to say, can you do this day? And can you do this day? And can you do this day? And that kind of brings some excitement in as well. Checking out the chat before we move forward. Yes, thank you. We'll be so excited. Candace, you know, we can't wait to see you. And it says today's digital classroom requires teachers to be much more mobile. Walk around the classroom frequently to view students' work. When you put them in the breakout session, that doesn't mean you just go take a nap or go take a break. You have to jump from room to room if you're in a digital classroom, because to make sure that the main thing is still the main thing. Okay? They could be in there talking about anything, sharing anything, but making sure they're doing the assignment. They don't know when you'll pop in or when you won't. Also, your instructor and trainees can monitor that as well. And your peer students can monitor that. Your senior students could monitor that as well. Okay? You're just building leadership skills in them. So when they leave, they've had a little experience to know how this thing works. Okay. Even inside the school, I've seen schools that where we're there, but you still will have the students open up the computers and laptops and work. That's great. But you got to understand they're in the building and they still have a digital experience. Amazing. But you got to still connect them. How do you keep them awake? I walk around. I ask questions. I'm going to say, are we all in the same space? Let's keep going. And pretty much I want to work together. I don't want one student to go ahead of the next, because one, I don't want one to say, I'm done, I'm finished, I'm done, can I leave? I don't want, we're not having that. Help answer questions and make sure they are staying on task. So I encourage as many questions as possible. And I want to listen for the answer and listen for what the actual question is, minus the extra talking that may be around it. At the end of the day, our job is to make sure that what we're teaching is clear, concise, understandable. They can retain it and they can repeat it. All of that equals learning. Okay. All right. It says pop in on small groups and listen while your students problem solve. Definitely. Okay. And I may do quizzes. All the time I do quizzes in a digital classroom. Terms are something that I always look at. I say, if you know your terms, you're able to look at the test, understand what the words are meaning, and kind of gravitate towards what the best answer is going to be, best calculated answer is going to be, but you need to understand your terms. So we'll all the time have term quizzes in person and in the virtual space. Moving ahead, as we begin to wrap it up, students should be given fair warning that the end of class is approaching, okay? You want to be like a clock down, that the end of class is approaching. Remind them to save their work. Whatever you need them to do, print it out, turn it in. If you're asking them to email it to you, email it to what email? When, what's the deadline? So the same thing you would say in the building is the same thing you would say in your virtual classroom. I ask them to always back it up. Save you a copy, send me a copy, or submit it yourself. I don't really, when it comes to papers, I don't really take anything from students because mind frame of paperless campus, okay? And if you know organization skills that you lose stuff, yeah, send that over to the email. Because at the end of the day, it's all going to be record and recorded. If I lose it, I can go find it, send it over to the email. Also, give students the time to log off and power down devices so they can move on to their next class and you don't have to clean up after them. Which means you don't have to do a group text. Let the student immediately after they're done, let them close down, Musa, and then we'll send a message, okay? Sometimes it can be too much going on, too many signals going on, and the student just go, I'm done. I'm just taking a nap. And when they wake up, they're like, I didn't finish it. I don't know what happened. So it was too much coming in at one time. So I do allow them to take a Musa moment, and I would say, look, check back in the group. I'm gonna update the group with your assignment. And I'm talking about their private Facebook group. If you guys have a social presence with your students, such as a Facebook group, put a 1 in the chat. A 1 in chat. You may also want to save time at the end of each class to discuss how the lesson went. And so it's just reinforcement. And remember, engagement and reinforcement. Ask the students if they have any questions or suggestions on how to make that digital experience in the classroom even more effective. Now, y'all, we gotta figure out how they learn, what's best for them. And a lot of times it's just listening to what they say. Will their survey be a little more critical, or maybe some you don't want to hear? Maybe, it may be. But you gotta know that, hey, we take the good with the bad, and we just gonna bring it together to make a better experience. It can't do nothing but make me better. Whether it's a good compliment or whether it's a bad one, it can't do nothing but make me better. So you have to ask the students about making their experience better. Okay? I got a lot of ones. Good job, good job, good job, good job, good job. You can't be afraid of what they're gonna say. All right. Let's see what we got. Digital resources, Canva. If you have not been on teachingchannel.com, it's an amazing teachingchannel.com. Google Classrooms are great. Jotform, amazing. All of our clients come in, get a link. All of our students enroll, get a link. And Jotform is there for surveys as well, as you guys are going to get one for today. But it's there for, and I use Jotform also to teach about client forms, client intake forms, liability forms, all of that good stuff. MailChimp is great. Google is great. Google Docs. Moodle is just like another place where it's like Teachable, where you can have an online course through those softwares. Same with Blackboard, in the same family of Zoom. And then, of course, there's Milady, social media platforms, and then Kahoots, Quizlet, and Milady SEMA now, instead of Milady MindTap, has so many resources and all that good stuff. And then, of course, my go-to tiny scanner. Then I found out that I could scan from my notes, so I don't even have to pay for tiny scanner anymore. And then, of course, Walgreens. If I have to, if you want to change the outlook of your classroom or anything, my go-to is going to print posters and have students create collages and send it over and print it. So these are some of my go-tos for a digital classroom. It's probably way, way more. I probably use Canva and Jot form and more than I do anything else. So building digital lesson plans, I'm gonna go in and show you discovery there. Our students and instructors are still required to build lesson plans and their digital lesson plans, which goes hand in hand with their presentations. So PowerPoint presentations are always in play. So determining which aspects of the lesson itself that you want to teach that's more important, that's more relevant, and we start with there. I'm going to show you sample lesson plan and instructor support forms with a Canva tutorial. Let's tour Canva, okay? And we're going to close this out, and then we're going to go into our tour. Growing in the classrooms. With these social media platforms, I use them all to promote and market DCI Academy, but I use Facebook as our home. And Facebook is our home where we meet. That's our gathering place. On the weekends, we may not, of course, we may not talk to anybody, but they may come in the group and it gives me a notification. They ask a question in the group, it gives me a notification. If I may say, check out this video, here's this about a field trip. I got 3 assignments. I was fussing too. I said, hey, I was supposed to get 7 assignments on Monday. This morning, I only got 3 assignments. So what's up with the other 4 assignments? If they don't have it in by a certain time, you're gonna lose the opportunity to send it in. So guess what happened at lunchtime? It was just coming in. So they're seeing it and we're corresponding, but it's a place where we live. It's a community. So here's the thing, and this is statistics. Facebook is where you launch something. That's where you can introduce yourself to the world. Okay, Facebook is where you launch something. Facebook is popular between 25 to 35, 34 years old. But it also, you have older individuals learning Facebook as well, but 25 to 34 years old, if that's a target market, that's a great place for you to be. So it's a place of launch. It's a place for you to introduce something, and a lot of people just scroll, they're looking for something new. Because the age is 25 to 34, this is why when I go to high schools, I don't ask them to follow my Facebook, because 25 to 34 are not in high school. Statistics show that TikTok or Snapchat is going to be their number ones for high schoolers. That's the communication I want to have with them. Then there's Instagram. This is where your resume lives. This is where your portfolio, this is where your styles, things like that, it lives. It's just pictures, okay? And some videos, just pictures. This is also 18 to 24, and it's a hashtag love. It's one of the top rated hashtags on Instagram, okay? And then finally, where we're learning. You may say, how do they know so much more than I do? TikTok is a place of learning and a place of teaching. It's flooded with Gen Z, and I am moved over to the 40 and over club of TikTok, and so we having a whole lot of fun over there. Y'all just come on over. But it is a place of learning and a place of teaching, and just a hangout. So you'll find that your students know a whole lot of stuff that the average 10, 15, 16-year-old don't know, but now you're looking into these avenues where social media is now training them and setting foundation if they're not getting it at home. So social media platforms are definitely setting a foundation, and these platforms could be great growth in the classroom. We don't use them for Whatever you think you use them for, I use them for growth. Okay. Professionally, DCI Academy lives on Instagram. I do minimum corresponding with them. Most of the correspondence, a target market referrals come through Facebook, and then TikTok is there because TikTok is growing. So as I learn more about it, I'm going to do more. And mostly I will have students kind of create videos and have challenges like that and do that on TikTok. But that's aspects. I had hashtags and Clubhouse down here because it's another conversational online presence, and then hashtags. Even if a student has a practical, I ask them to research the hashtag finger waves, and then see what pictures you like the most, grab you a top 10, and we make a collage out of it and or a project I need them to present it. But it's all for great use in the classroom. So I'm gonna come back to her because that's our AI presentation that's ending. Let's do a tour of Canva. If you have any questions, Canvas. I'm not using Canvas. Okay. Let me know how that works. Let me know definitely how that works. Okay. I know we had some Canva users, CANVA. They just dropped some good stuff. Canva just dropped a whole lot of good stuff this summer. And so I think you're able to do so much, so much, so much. Let me prepare to share. You can unmute and put your questions in. So we're at, this is our Canva. Of course, our presentation here, 128 slides, our PSI presentation, your certificates, and lesson plans. So it's just a sample lesson plan that we have, but I needed to brand our lesson plan templates to make it unique just for our school or our educational program. And so I was able to create a template or recreate a template, and everything that you needed to know or do about for your class that day. If you just had this on the table, I will be able to come in and see what you're doing and follow and then move forward. So it has the instructor space. What subject are you teaching? This one is chapter 4, eyelash specialty, the date, what's the topic in chapter 4, which is client safety, what's your teaching style? She says she's going to do interactive and demonstration. What's her learning objectives? Boom, boom, boom. What's her materials needed? What's her daily motivation? And then how is she going to structure the class throughout the day? Also, here is a cool part: assessments. I need that educator to know what works and what does not work. So I needed her to know what works and what does not work. Don't be afraid to write what works and what does not work. Okay. Sue Ann is asking about Canvas. Has anybody used Canvas before? CANVAS. Also associated with that is instructor support forms. And this is part of that toolbox, making sure they have the resources to do what they're supposed to do. And so, and this is part of that proper planning. What practicals, how long is it going to take, what supporting questions, any notes, And so those are instructor support forms for theory, for practical, and we give our instructors that are going for state board testing just a review of everything, a copy of everything that they should be doing, and then they have to redo it for themselves, even a breakdown on sanitation. And so that's the lesson plan. When it comes to student letters, floor plans, and flyers and things of that nature, all of that is made through Canva. Our career day is on the 23rd, and we're going to do it inside of the Hickory Ridge Mall. And even with our career day, we are partnering with other trade programs like truck driving and electrical programs. And of course, there's always money available for certain agencies. And so if someone wants to go to school and then they deem it, oh, I don't have the money and things of that nature, they're there to educate them on some possible funding that can help them get through school. So all the flyers, everything made with Canva. And when I tell you, don't have a creative, what do you call it? Man, what do you call it? I'm not a creative bone. I do have a creative bone, but I'm not a graphic designer. So sometimes you already have templates and things like that in place. Effective teaching strategies, that's one of our professional developments as students for our educators. But I'm looking for some PowerPoints. Oh, there we go. We have a advanced class where we talk aesthetics, and aesthetics marries barbering. Okay, aesthetics and barbering. So it's about teaching the barber, the licensed barber, some more tips and tricks about bringing more advanced aesthetics in to help them in their seat. So that's a presentation. Treating problematic skin of color. And so if we're in our 5th year, so if I don't have a presentation for an instructor about what they're teaching, we'll quickly make one. But most of the time, whatever we're teaching, we have some instruction. We have some instruction on it. And so the students also have Canva. They can send it to me instead of printing things out, and I can see what they have going on. And so they're ready for digital spaces. They're ready for assignments and things like that to just really start to kick off. So everything about our course, from skin analysis, we are writing a case study. As a school, we have case studies. And so those case studies involves us doing some more advanced training and recording pictures and things of that nature. So our students absolutely, when I say absolutely, absolutely love it. This presentation here that you guys are part of, ELC, it's about 4 ebooks put together, 4 ebooks and 4 separate classes. It may be even more classes put together. But those classes are advanced training classes outside of BELC. And so we use all of that as support for our schools. And so, bam, there we go. With the students, I wanted to, I felt like when I was asking questions, they did not understand. It was some very easy differences between AHA and BHA for my aesthetics out there. I really needed them to understand this, because that's all they were talking about was, oh, chemical peel this and chemical peel that. And I said, we can't go to chemical peels until you understand this. So I made it a requirement. It's so many misconceptions about chemical peels, and people are messing up stuff. We're not going nowhere over there until you show me that you understand this level of training, and then we can move over to that level. So Canva has been a great resource for our team. Okay, for our team. I'm going to now just give you an outlook. And again, we're talking digital classrooms, and that's not one of them. And we get so, I just did a cleanup the other day of individuals who got into my DCI Academy virtual training. This is a private group strictly for the students. We had 55 the other day. Now we have 41 because I did a little cleanup, but it's pretty much educators and active students. Okay. This is where we all meet, and it is a private space. You have anything from updates to videos, projects, everything. Okay. So all kind of stuff. When we go over to files, 24/7. These are the files 24/7. So who would thought that you can go on Facebook, you can pull down everything that we ever taught or ever created a study guide on? This is a bonus for, especially for my working students. Okay. So we have facial devices. I think this is a study guide, like they could take this as a test. And then we have another study guide for Cosmo, another study guide for facial devices, something else for machines, facial and massage, lash day board prep revise, chapter 8 facial treatment notes. I mean, all of our students have access to this no matter what course you're taking. I tell them print it, create your binder, but it should be no reason. If you're on Facebook at 2 in the morning, you should also be on Facebook to find out what's been dropped in the files. So I try to eliminate the I didn't have a, I don't know what we own, type of thing. So even down to tuition payments. So all of that, every chapter you can possibly think of, PSI Cosmos State Board Prep, Instructor State Board Prep. And not only do we have a space for our Cosmos students, our students itself, we have a space for our alumni. We have a space for our alumni, job searches, any job openings, any videos, any career days, all of that stuff. This guy was talking about building content, any business that drops over in the alumni page. And that's a part of when we talk about keeping your students engaged and keeping them a part of the family. I'm headed to the chat in a minute. I'm looking for the instructor page. There you go. Instructor training. All right. So in the instructor page, instructors that come through, it's a private page. Gotta have come through the DCI family to have access to it. But while you're studying for your instructor's test, look at all of these PowerPoints and study guides. All of this is part of our digital classroom. Okay. Instructor booklets, all that good stuff. Even video of recorded sessions, you can find over in the group as well. Okay. So this is a chapter 3 recorded session that's live on our YouTube. So I take it and I drop it in because what I'm doing is silent encouragement. Here's review, here's study this, and let's get over to the other side. It's a part of our digital classroom. So you could take something that some people will say they don't want to be a part of and make it work for you if you are in a digital space. And I've worked with corporate schools before, and I know how that looks and things of that nature, but don't intertwine with students. And if we could have a private meeting space, that's usually our gathering space instead of just being all over the timeline. We are in a safe space, and that's where we are. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do we have any questions about our digital classroom? I have one last slide, and then I see Mr. G, Coach G is on. So I have one last slide I want to share with you. And pretty much, if you're an educator, if you're thinking about adding AI, there's so many applications around that you can add AI to. So let's go around. Let's find that slide. Boom. So let's light the chat up. Let's hear from her.
Let's chat. What are your top 3 takeaways? Here's a quote I thought you would like. So far.
All right. So let's drop some takeaways. We got our next coach ready to roll. I need at least 3 takeaways. Can someone give me some takeaways? You can unmute and everyone else can hit the chat. Winners, I am convinced, imagine their dreams first. They want it with all their heart and expect it to come true. There is, I believe, no other way to live. The legendary Joe Montana. So we just finished our digital classrooms. What do y'all think? What do you think? Give me a takeaway from anything today. Give me a takeaway. Are y'all lighting the chat up? Let's light the chat up and see where we at.
Let's chat. What are your top 3 takeaways? Here's a quote I thought you would like.
I wasn't sure if you guys saw this, saw the actual AI presentation.
Let's chat. What are your top 3 takeaways? Here's a quote I thought you may like. Winners, I am convinced, imagine their dreams first. They want it with all their heart and expect it to come true. There is, I believe, no other way to live. Joe Montana. So, let's have at it. What do you think so far?
All right, great, great, great. Love it. Sounds great. Great info. Can't wait to implement more. It's different. Yep. This is the way it's going. Digital is here to stay. Yep. Oh, no, I hope we're not replaced by robots. You know, they're trying to have them carry our babies now. The same tools for educators can be used by students and their work. Yes. Definitely giving great info to use, of course, digital use. Yes. Yes, gonna implement. It's not going away. Come on, come on. Digital is the new way of teaching. Yes, yes. I love additional resources like Canva, incorporating private social media for students, alumni, instructors. And just a tip for private school owners or just any school owners, you know, you want to build morale. You want to be the resource. There's so much wrong information out there. You want to be the resource for everybody that comes through. They know to come to your school for the right information. You want to know something right, and they ain't gonna steer you wrong. Come to this school. And so having an alumni page, it helps pump you up, market you, but it brings a full circle. No matter how many years they've been done, it brings them back around to become customers, clients, new students to new programs. And so it just keeps on going and going. Yes, technology is the future. And my takeaway, Armstrong says, adapt, restructure, and transform. Y'all better give it up for my girl, Art. I love it. I love it. Adapt, restructure, and transform. That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Good job. Good job. Good job. Y'all, our coach is in the house. Our next coach is in the house. Let me see. Can I find his screen? Our next coach is in the house. How you doing, Coach G? How are you?
Hey y'all, what is going on? Hello, thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. I'm pull you up, and you got free reign to get ready to move. Oh, Coach G, they need to take a break. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
sounds good.
They
Sounds
need
good.
they need to take a break. And so guys, it's 3:08. Let's consider it 3:10. Um, let's take about uh let's take 10 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes. Um, yeah, let's be back at 3:20, and then we're gonna prepare to close out. All right. Let's we got certificate presentation and survey presentation. So I'm gonna get ready to post the survey. Let's take about 10 minutes, and y'all, we'll be back at 3:20. Mr. G, don't go nowhere. Stay right there. How you doing? I appreciate you coming on.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for you too. Let's see. We're at the end. We're in the fourth quarter. They said, hello, Coach G. I'm about to send the link now. I'm about to send the link now. All right, the link is in the chat. Let's hit the survey for day 2.
I'll be living. I'll be
4 minutes and counting. Thanks for getting those surveys done, y'all. Survey time.
I'll be the answer to what you pray. When you've been down in a foxhole right beside you, the enemy's around. Give me I'll give you love. Really only got you.
Destiny, I have a quick question for you about the survey.
Yes, yes, yes.
Is it supposed to still have the 17th date on it?
I modified on this side.
Okay, so even though mine says 17, I just put 18 in there?
Yeah, just put 18th on there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I had about 3 people that did not do surveys yesterday. So I'm gonna need 2, please. If you know you didn't do a survey yesterday. All right, all right, all right. Y'all are so amazing. Let me tell you, you guys are so amazing. It's the roll call. Thanks for coming in for the last time. Woo! You guys are almost there. You're almost there. Mr. G, Coach G, if you take your place, we are ready to go. The chat is lighting up with the confirmations that they are back. And y'all blowing up the job form. See how easy it is? That's so easy. That's so easy. Thank you guys so much. It's been a plum pleasure. It's been a plum pleasure. I am going to, Mr. G, you can prepare to, I'm just taking a picture of some of these license numbers just for confirmation. But man, what an blessing. Y'all, we've come to almost to the end. We're almost there. Welcome, Mr. I want to say, I've been calling everybody Coach. Welcome, Coach.
Okay, Coach Cox. All right.
Right. Man, you guys, I told them, Coach, I always end up telling them, I told them, Where were we doing COVID when it hit? The reality hit. We were in a cab in New York.
New York City, in the cab. Yeah, yeah.
Trying to figure it out. But thank you for joining us today. You guys, his reputation precedes him. He is so amazing. I want you guys to welcome Coach Gary to the BELC. He's our last BELC coach for today. You're going to see him when you see me. You see him, and when you see him, you're going to see me. So if you on his timeline, you're going to see me cheering him on, and vice versa. What an amazing friend. Get you some smart friends, okay? Get you some people that know about some stuff. And I invited him, and I said, you know what, Coach G, give us something. Can you give us something? We're over 50 attendees getting ready to go back into the classrooms, or going back to what we do every day if we're not in the classroom, back to our schools. Help us out. Help us out.
Most definitely. First of all, let me say hello, y'all. Listen, I know y'all are super excited because you all are at the end of this. I understand how the 16-hours go because I'm an educator myself. So you all, I'm sure, done an amazing job. And especially if you all are connected with Miss Cox. Thank you again, Miss Destiny, my great friend, for inviting me. Don't take it lightly that I'm here, that we know each other, because hey, it could be something, it could be somebody else doing this, but I definitely want to get on here and just share some things with you all, because you all, ladies and gentlemen, are not just at the end of this 16 hours. Thank you all so much. I see all the hellos and welcome. Thank you all so much. You all are not just at the end of the 16 hours that you all have to submit to the state, but you all are at the end of the year. You're at the end of the year. So today I wanted to come on here, and I was really trying to think about what could I say to inspire each and every individual that is on here today, and what could you do different in these last 2 months, maybe that you didn't get a chance to do in the previous year. And so we are in the fourth quarter, and I want to call this the fourth quarter huddle. The fourth quarter huddle. Why? Because we all are team players, and we are all on a team called success. And sometimes we just need somebody who can just keep it real. We just need somebody that we can just kind of share how we really feel. And sometimes we just need a break to inhale and exhale and bring it all in so that we can get a clear understanding on what the vision really is. So before I move forward in a few things that I want to discuss, what is the purpose of a huddle? We all see huddles in any sports, right? Any sports that you can think of, the coach will call everybody in because apparently something is going wrong, or maybe something is going right, okay? So a huddle doesn't mean that always something is going bad. Maybe something is going good. And sometimes the coach just needs to bring everybody in to get understanding of the game plan. Why? Because time is ticking, right? And we got some quick decisions that we need to make at the end, right? So there are some personal goals. There are some personal success. I know that we all are educators. So today, I don't want to just talk about the success of a classroom only, but I want to talk about the success that you all can achieve in your personal life. Number one, let's move forward. Let's reflect on your achievements and challenges over the past year. Reflect on your achievements. Let's stop right there. Many of you have not patted yourself on the back enough. Let that sink in. I want you all to think about a few achievements that you all have achieved or accomplished since January 1, 2024, at the beginning of the year. And many of you have not taken the time out to sit back and reflect on the achievements. Many of you have not taken time out to say, boy, man, you done that. Girl, you did that. Because for some reason, we feel like that we're being cocky or we're being arrogant. But let me tell you this. If you don't think that you've been the best thing since Red Bottoms, you've been the best thing since sliced bread. Okay, that's old school country talking. You've been the best thing since Kraft cheese, right? So listen, pat yourself on the back because you have done an amazing job. Sometimes if we're not careful, we will get stuck in what we didn't achieve. And when you get stuck in that place mentally, emotionally, you cannot present the best version of yourself. Who am I talking to? You cannot present the best version of yourself. I brought the huddle in is because it's my job, it's my assignment to wake up the sleeping giant in you. I'm sitting in front of some go-getters. I'm sitting in the front of some personal millionaires. I'm sitting in front of some successors, some winners, some overcomers, some triumphants. Can I say that? Throw that in there? It did kind of go. But listen, I'm sitting in front of some people who is filled with not just classroom management, but you filled with purpose. There is purpose on the inside of you. What is purpose? I'm glad you asked me. Y'all gotta excuse me because I'm a preacher too on the side. Okay, so just to throw that in there. What is purpose?
Oh,
purpose.
We didn't know.
So purpose is the reason why you exist. It is purpose that is keeping you up every day. It is purpose that's putting a smile on your face when everybody else is going through and they're trying to figure out how are you making it through this year? How are you getting through this, getting through that? It's because it is purpose that is on the inside of you. I don't want to stay right there, but I want you to reflect on your achievements and take some time out to congratulate yourself. Everybody right now, tell yourself thank you. Say self thank you. Self thank you.
Self thank you.
Come on, somebody else say, self, I appreciate you. Self, you done a great job. Self, you look amazing. Self, good job. Great job. Self, there's more in you. Self, there's so much more that God want to use you to do. Self, there's so much more that my hands can build. But I'm content with where I am, but I'm not too content that I can't pivot when it's time to pivot. Here's another thing. Reflect not just on your achievement, but reflect on your challenges over this past year. Why do I want you to reflect on your challenges? Because I want you to realize again that you're an overcomer, that you're a winner, that it doesn't matter what you're currently maybe facing right now. It doesn't matter what you've even come through. Some of you may have went through some personal issues, and sometimes what you're going through in your personal issues could affect how you run your classroom, how you run your business, right? How you even treat your friends and those that are around you. But I want you to reflect on your challenges. This is what I wanted to get to. If you're on this Zoom right now, that means your challenges did not have enough power to take you out. You are here on assignment, and you're here because, again, you're an overcomer. You're a winner, okay? So not just reflecting on your achievements, because reflecting on my achievements is going to give me fuel. It's going to give me motivation. It's going to give me some go-to. It's going to give me some pickup, okay? Some pickup power to move and to build and to be the best version of myself. A lot of times, sometimes if you're like me, you'll try to cram 100 things in 30 days. You can't do it. Okay, so I want to help some of you all release some of that anxiety and burdens that, oh, I got 2 months left of this year. I got so much on my table, so much on my list that I need to get done. Let me just let you take a deep breath and say, you don't have to achieve it all. Okay, this is why. This is what we call SMART goals. Okay, you want to set specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound goals for November and December. What makes sense? Okay, what makes sense? Okay, now I'm the type of person who love to be a risk taker at times, and sometimes it don't make sense. And I believe that some of you may have ideas, you may have goals, you may have aspirations that you want to see happen in November and December. But guess what? Your faith, and by you taking a risk, things can change. It can be a plot twist in a good way. Okay. So those of you who have 100 things, it's okay. Cut some of those things down. Set your goals. Okay. Hopefully I'm not talking too fast. I'm an excited talker. So every now and then you can just be like, slow down, G, slow down, G, slow down, G. All right. So number one, we have reflect your achievements and challenges. Number two, consume what motivates you and your vision. I have a question for everybody on here. What is your vision? Some of you may say, well, I don't even have a vision. It's okay. Maybe you'll get a vision or a glimpse of something by the time I end this motivation, all right? So consume what motivates you and your vision. He said, somebody said, not talking too fast. Thank you so much. Consume what motivates you and your vision. In other words, in these last 2 months and in the beginning of the year, you should practice only taking in what cuts you on, what cuts on the purpose in you, what motivates you, what inspires you. Sometimes we cannot move the way we need to move, think the way we think, run schools the way we run schools, be inspiring because we have consumed things that is the opposite of what really motivates us. Okay, does going to a game motivate you? When was the last time you been? Does going shopping motivate you? When was the last time you shopped? Going to a spa, taking care of yourself, a self day, a me day. When was the last time you done that, right? Maybe it's a certain musical artist. Maybe it's a certain music. Maybe it's going to a stage play. When was the last time you stepped into an environment that motivated you or your vision? Consume what motivates you and your vision. You can read books. You can listen to podcasts, right? You can watch people talk like I'm talking now on YouTube, and get around people who are positive, who understand what you're trying to accomplish. Again, this is not just about classroom success, but this is also about your own personal success. Why did I put that in there? Because as educators, everybody goes before us. We put everybody first before us. We make sure everybody is good and we're not. We making sure everybody else is getting information and growing and thriving and pivoting, and yet we're still camped out at a place of complacency. So my job today is to help you pat yourself on the back, help you recognize that it's bigger than you. Yes, sometimes we will carry and have visions. We're inspired to do things that's bigger than our area, that's bigger than our bank accounts, that's bigger than the people in your circle. But listen, those things that you desire to build, you can have it. It is achievable. All right. Consume what motivates you and your vision. Let me say this. When was the last time you was bold enough to tell somebody what you envision? Many of us, sometimes we feel like we've always heard things like, well, oh, I can't share my ideas, or I can't share my vision because somebody may steal it, or everybody's not for me. But can I tell you that there is a tribe like this one that you can share your heart's desire, you can share what motivates, and people like us are ready to hear it and motivate you and to push you. And I don't want to move too fast because I want to talk a little bit about how collaboration is very important for every educator on here and for those that are vision setters. Okay. So number one, again, reflect on your achievements and challenges. Number two, consume what motivates you and your
Mr. G, can you unmute?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
okay,
I can hear you.
Next is celebrate every win. It doesn't matter if it is small or if it is big. Okay, celebrate that. Know that you achieved something. You will kind of, well, let me say this. You will be surprised who will feel weird or awkward celebrating themselves. You will be surprised who will feel like that maybe they're looking like maybe they're the best at a thing because they decided to celebrate you, or you decided to celebrate yourself. But can I tell you that the moment that you begin to celebrate what you've done, if it is big or small, you're going to open up, your mind is going to open up to new levels. You're going to begin to get a new feel. You're going to feel refreshing. Some of you just need a refreshing. You've been in the classroom going and going and going, and they know you're the best thing in that school. They know you've been rocking it. Your family know you've been getting it, right? But sometimes you just need to know from people that you even slaved for, you've done a great job. But just in case people around you forget who you are, what you've been doing, what you've accomplished, you can go ahead and send yourself some chocolate. You can send yourself some flowers. You can take yourself out to eat and say, you know what? I'm doing this for me, right? I'm doing this for me. And it is okay. And the moment that people see you celebrating you, then the people around you will catch on to the celebration. That's good. Look, I'm talking myself happy. Here's another one. Self-care. Listen, it is okay to take a break. It is okay to relax. It is okay. Some of you, your self-care may be the gym. It may be picking up a hobby. It may be going to a game. Make time for you. Make time for yourself. Because if not, listen, all of us are filled pitchers, okay? But after a while, because we have an open heart and we love everybody, right? And we want to hug everybody and be the answer for everybody, we find ourselves pouring. And before you know it, you're a dry barrel. You're a dry barrel because you've been pouring and pouring and pouring. Self-care gives you a moment and an opportunity to refill. Can I give y'all a nugget? If you take a cup, take this cup, and I fill it up, what's in this cup is really for you. If I continue to pour, and when I pour in this cup and it overflows, what's in the overflow of the cup is for everybody else. We've been doing it backwards. We've been pouring the wrong way. Uh-oh. This is why you burn out. This is why you got a headache and you're ready to clock out 3 hours early. Huh? This is why you need a 90-day vacation, right? And it really don't take all of that. It's because you've been pouring the wrong way. You've been pouring and you haven't had time to fill up yourself. Is this good? Can y'all just put in the chat? Is this helping anybody? Is this good? This good? Can I get some thumbs? I see some thumbs up back there. Belle Donna, I see you with the thumbs up. Thank you. I see the heart.
It's good. Coach G, we only got like 5 minutes, but it's amazing. It's so good.
It's amazing. And I'm going to end with this one. See success before you possess success. See success before you possess success. Can I challenge what you see today? Can I ask you a question? What do you see? When was the last time you seen it? Some of you need to get your dreams back. Some of you need to imagine again. Some of you need to just get into an environment, cut your favorite music on, and say, God, give me another vision. Let me see it again. Go back to the visions that you had even when you was in high school, because it's not too late. You know why? Because you're still breathing. You're on this zone. You're waking up every day, right? You're still moving. You may not be exactly where you want to be, but see the success. What does it look like? How much you really want to make, right? What records do you want to break? Be a record breaker. Be a record breaker. You can do it. So see yourself in a better place. See yourself in a successful place. See yourself in great health. See yourself more happier. See yourself with a flexible schedule. See yourself taking the vacation that you always desired. See it. Adjust your eyes. Adjust your eyes. So see success before you possess success. If I can see it, I can possess it. If I can see it, I can live in it. If I can see it, I can drive it. If I can see it, I can build it. If I see it, I can sell it. You just need to see it. Type in the comments, see it. Type in the comments, I see it. I see it, I see it, I see it. I'm done, y'all. I didn't have it long. But I'm done. I'm done.
Oh my goodness. Did he
he didn't leave no time for questions.
G, come back. Come back.
Hey, I'm here.
G, my name is Rita Kendall, and I own one of the owners of private school. My other owner is on here. She's been quiet, amazing teacher she is, and owner. But I wanted to ask you, what was the Kingdom Entrepreneur? And the reason I'm asking it is because I founded Montgomery County's first barber program in our high school program. I went there to save the cosmetology program. They were getting ready to close it down. Did that and then just opened up. I guess I'm in my second year of barbering. But we named our barbershop. I let the kids do the whole business plan.
Yeah.
And they named it Kingdom Cuts.
Oh, wow.
And I wanted to associate that. I'm actually going to pull you up in one of my lesson plans so that we're predominantly Black. So they need to see you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So how did Kingdom Cut come about?
So what Kingdom Entrepreneur is, so basically, instead of just saying we're just an entrepreneur, we say Kingdom Entrepreneurs, which means we combine entrepreneurship with biblical principles. And there's a saying that I say, it goes like this. I'm the owner, but God runs it, which means by being a Christian or believer, we just believe that God will give us strategies and wisdoms and principles that will help cause our businesses to be more successful. So that's where I get Kingdom Entrepreneur from.
Wonderful. It was great hearing you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Nice meeting you.
Awesome. Mr. G, if you could just stay on for maybe 2 minutes. Do we have anyone else? The chat is just going crazy. Anyone else that wanted to unmute and speak? Mr. G, he's here for a few minutes just to answer some questions as we prepare to get our certificates. So definitely, Mr. G is available. Anyone wants to unmute? You see anybody you know, Mr. G? Coach G?
I don't know. I didn't really scroll because I still be getting nervous in front of people, y'all. Let me see. So I didn't scroll through, but I did leave out talking about collaboration a little bit. Just encourage everybody, don't be afraid to collab. Don't be afraid to just connect and join with another school or another person, because if you decide to do it by yourself, you're not going to have longevity and you're going to burn out quick. But 2 is always better than 1. 3 is always better than 1. There's so much success in the fourth quarter and 2025. If you decide to let down your guards, you can trust again. Somebody need to type it in the comments. I can trust again, because you trusted people and they did you wrong. They lied on you. They tricked you, right? They probably stole from you, everything else, and it made you put your guards up. But listen, there is a big blessing and a level of success to those who are willing to trust again and to collaborate with people who understand your vision, right? And you understand theirs, and y'all can work together and make it happen.
Sounds amazing.
Coach G, real quick. I just want to let you know. How you doing, love?
Coach Ava, what's happening?
I am wonderful. I just have to tell you, as an educator, we get burnt out, but I believe in being teachable, being humble. We have to have this because in that moment, those moments you poured into me, we have to pour into each other. I had to text Miss Cox, what he doing on here? I'm like, praise God. This is what we need to be encouraged to lift up, because not always we're poured into. So we have to take the opportunity to be poured into. So I just want to tell you, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very
Ava. I love
much.
you, Ava. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. If we could have both coaches on, can I get everybody to come off of mute? Y'all know what time it is. It's
Yeah.
our graduation
Way to
time.
go.
Miss Kendall.
You're great.
Yes, look, I need y'all to celebrate each other. Y'all did it 16 hours.
Yeah. DCI, you did wonderful too. Great job.
Yes, Miss Cox, you did amazing.
Yes.
You put together a good team.
Thank you. Candace Marshall.
Hey, Destiny.
Paige Williams. Mandy Sapp. B. Clarice Armstrong. Lukenya O. Sharon Smith. Natasha Wilson. I need y'all to like these chat up. Y'all did it. Charlene Parnell. Nikesha Odom. Edmista, I messed it up, Lockhart. Kaiser Griffith. Christy Myers. Stephanie
said she did her. She's supposed
Deborah
to email it to me.
Rachel A. Angela Nolan. Olga Williams.
I reached out to her on Saturday, and I haven't gotten no response yet. I'll follow up again.
Kamika Griffin. Rashawn Ellison. Christopher Ingram. Stephanie Dickerson. Annie T. Cheryl Forrest. Brent Whedon. Andrea Yancey. Rita Kendall. Ebony Cox. Carl Sager. Natasha Foltz. Gary Evans. Shirley Branch. Pamela L. Katie Deal. Don Bandy Grip. Sue Ann Jones. T. Armstrong Perkins. Cleophas Bryant. Candace Collins. Donna B. Takita Kimbrell. Jacqueline McMillan. Moses Farmer. Cheryl. Avita
She told me she actually had COVID. I told her last week she had COVID. She's gonna meet me at the office this Friday.
Bennett. Gregory Brazel. Lois Bryant. Adrian Owens. Dariah Todwell. And Mr. Harris. And last but not least,
she's coming tomorrow. But I told you she had eye surgery, so she's coming down for me. Coming to meet me tomorrow.
Congratulations, congratulations. It is exactly 3:53. I am so excited. Congratulations, everybody. Yay! Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Give up. It's a great and amazing 16 hours. Woo! I don't know what I'm more excited about. Having all of you guys join me and really allowing me to talk as much as I talk. Okay, or the point that you guys we're heading over into 2025. I'm super motivated. Thank you, Coach Ava. Thank you, Coach Gary. I appreciate you all. I value you. What an awesome and success that it was to have you guys a part of BELC. Y'all, I hope to have you guys a part of this family all the time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Run the chat up. We're nothing without you guys. I'm nothing without you guys. You know what, LaKenya? I will spell your name correctly. I do apologize. You know, I got you. I got you. And I know where you be at. So I can personally bring it to you. And so, yes, I got you. Congratulations, everyone. I think it was just in the hurry of me getting it together. From Texas to Mississippi to Tennessee, y'all, from Kentucky, from Georgia, thank you. You guys spanned over a series of states, and it's so amazing. I love you guys. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's what happens next. Besides going to school, giving them the look to clean up, and just seeing my babies for the week, tomorrow begins our time where we'll start preparing everything to head over to Roxana. Okay, as everything heads over to Roxana within that 48 hours, you also, I'm going to hit the button of Roxana and I'm going to hit the button of you individually, and you'll get the PSI overview. You will get the state board overview. You also will get the recordings. Remember, hey, YouTube, we will get that. You'll get both of those links. If you have not followed DCI Education Group on YouTube, go ahead and follow. Also, let's see what else you're gonna get. Oh, you're gonna get the playlist. You're gonna get our playlist. And so we're family now. Ain't no turning back. It's all ready. We all ready to go. We got one last song, then we headed out. I'm getting ready to close. I am going to contact a few because as I go to state board for my next trainings, I want to take some testimonials and I want to have permission to say, let's go. Your certificates are going to be, yes, your certificates are going to be emailed to you and it'll all come together in that little group. So I'm thankful. I'm appreciative. Thank you guys. Let's head out. The Barbicide page. If you're going to hang on, let me get the Barbicide page. If not, you guys are free to go. If you want to hang on to see the Barbicide page, just hang on. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Safe travels to your bedrooms. We didn't have to go anywhere. Safe travels, safe travels. Okay, let's go here. All right, we're on the Barbicide website for those individuals that gotta renew. All right, if you gotta renew, you'll go to the Barbicide website. Barbicide.com. You got Barbicide certification, but go over here. It says Sheer Haven Domestic Violence Training, and you would click that, and then you would click here to begin. Okay, it's about 30 minutes, and then you would get a certificate. Make sure you get it to an email you can get your stuff out of. And once you get that certificate, you're going to save it in your phone or save it to your device. All right. You're going to save it to your phone or save it to whatever device. When you get ready to renew your license, it's going to ask for the certificate. And so you just upload it and pay your fee. And there you go for the next 2 years. Okay. For those that are coming back in, I just real quickly went over to barbicide.com, clicked Sheer Haven Domestic Violence Training, and from there, come down and click here to begin training. And that is going to satisfy that requirement, that domestic violence training is going to satisfy that requirement for Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology for you to renew your license. And remember, we got to have it. Yes. Questions? Okay, you got it.
This is Lois Bryant. Do I have to do that one?
You check with the state, but as of right now, I think every 2 years until the end of 25. I think they're even going to renew it or make it permanent in 2025. So I think everybody may have to do it. Yes, ma'am. But I am not state board. I'm only representing Roxana for today. And so to answer that, it may be Roxana, okay?
So you say I need to click what to go to there?
Barberside.com. Just go to barberside.com and then you'll go to Sure Haven Domestic Violence Training. It's the second tab. And once you do that, you'll go to click here to begin training. For those individuals that are still teaching in the classrooms, when you have your students to do them, it's good for us to go ahead and get it done too. What happens, the students would do them, my students is part of their graduation when they get ready to complete. So they got different paperwork they fill out. They got to take this training. We get a copy of the certificate and we put it in their file because they can ask the school for proof and they can ask, at any time they can ask the student for proof. And they're gonna apply for their license. It's gonna ask them have they had this training yet. Same thing for renewal. It's gonna ask you have you had this training. Okay. But that's it. That's it. Let me copy this.
Miss Destiny, I'm just concerned. I didn't hear you say my name. I want to make sure that I made the list. Jasmine Allman. I could have just missed it with the background noise. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
It was all the
Thank
excitement. But I'm gonna send it over to you. But yes, ma'am, I said it. I'm gonna say it in front of everybody else. Jasmine Allman. Yeah, you're good. You made the list. And if you need anything, just let me know. But yeah, I have it all recorded and I send that over to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
No problem.
Miss Cox. Hello, Miss Cox. This Miss McMillan. I got cut out. I don't know what happened, but it just blinked out. And at first it didn't let me back in, so I kept trying. So I got back in. So I missed. I don't know if you called my name either.
I did.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I did. I have your certificate. If you did a survey, or I've been documenting the times that you checked in as well. So yes, ma'am, I have you down.
Okay.
And you will receive a copy. As we stated before, you'll receive a copy. Everyone's going to get their certificate, and you should get everything at the same time within the next 2 days. Okay.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm.
Anytime. And then that's my contact number also. If someone said they needed a contact number on me. You know what, Don? It's supposed to be, I read the law component of it. It expires 2025, but when we just went up for school renewal and the school information, Roxana insisted that this person put that in her paperwork. And so they said 2025, when you actually read the state law part of it, that they may be making it permanent at that time. And so she asked that we keep putting it in, and even in her presentation, it's a part of the renewal. So we'll just continue to do it until they tell us no. Yes, ma'am. So thank you guys. Thank you. I'm here just hanging on just a little bit. If anybody have any questions, if you need to do the Barberside, or you need to grab that link, it's available. If you need to do the survey, it's available, but everybody is free to go. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the coaches and everything. Somebody said they were coming to Memphis. Come on. Do you need to make a drive? You do. Let me know when you're on your way. Okay. And we will make sure we get us some Starbucks, some lunch, and we can hang out at DCI Academy. How about that? Or we're going to go to Gould's where Ebonique at, and we're going to hang out with her or whoever else. I got to go to the board meeting in Nashville. I'm going to stop by Clark. I'm going to start in Clarksville with Coach Ava and hang out. You are absolutely good. You are absolutely good. That's good. Everybody is good. Mr. Harris, I'm going to call you Mr. Harris, but everybody is good. Thank you guys so much for everything. Miss Lukenya, please forgive me for that misprint. I will get that fixed and it will not go to the board the way it was. I will send it over to you correctly. Okay.
Yeah, this Harris, give me a call. I'll be listening out for you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you guys. Have a blessed and amazing one. Let me see. Do I have everything out of this chat? I do. I do. Okay. Any other questions? Everybody know how to contact. Make sure you guys, if you're on Facebook, you go into the Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. I'm going to be dropping a lot of tips and resources in that group. We're going to get that group going. Thank you so much, Mr. Brazel. I hope to see you the next time you're in town. Yes, and Candace, you're coming in town. Amazing. Okay. Mr. Bobby, I have you. Probably because of the noise and the graduation music, but yes. Congratulations. Y'all did it. Y'all have a blessed and amazing day. Thank you, coaches. I couldn't have done this without you. I will see you guys. I want to do a focus group. So look for an email or invitation for a meet and greet. We're going to do a focus group. I want you guys a part of our trainings for 2025. And the best way to know where we're going is to get feedback, okay? It's to get feedback, no matter if it's wherever it is. And let's start to shift this industry and shift education. I love you guys. Y'all have a